I call the January 27th, 2026 Historic Preservation Board meeting to order. That's okay. We will start with a roll call momentarily.
Caleb R.W. Locks.
Here.
Peggy Marker.
Present.
Kyle Waters.
Present.
Real Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
James Murphy.
Here.
Jeffrey Sheldon.
Here.
Gerald Bucksbaum.
Present.
And Katie Jacob.
Here. Thank you. Does city staff have any changes to tonight's agenda?
Thank you, Jordan Hodges, for the record. We do have a few notations on the agenda, but I'll go ahead and read those into the record. Item 7.1, 229 Plymouth Road, that was requested to be continued to February by the applicant. Item 7.2, 3180 Washington Road, that was also continued to February by request of the applicant. Item 7.5, 110 Westminster Road, that application has been withdrawn entirely. And then item 8.6, 410 49th Street, they actually missed their advertising deadline, so they will be continued to February.
Thank you. Do any board members have changes to tonight's agenda? Seeing none, may we have a motion?
I move the board to approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Are there any changes to the minutes from the December 9th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting? Seeing none, may we have a motion to approve?
I move the board to approve the minutes for the December 9th, 2025 meeting.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. May we have the report of the Historic Preservation Planner?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start out with an introduction to Miss Katie Jacob. She's our newest member to the Historic Preservation Board. Katie is currently the Vice President of the Preservation Foundation of Palm Beach, where she leads strategic programming, education, archival initiatives, and major capital projects in support of historic preservation within the town of Palm Beach. She has a background spanning programming, publication, digital media, and fundraising. And Katie has played a key role in leading the foundation's $40 million Phipps Ocean Park campaign. And she currently oversees a portfolio of about 20 annual programs. Katie previously served as the Director of Programming and Education. And Katie holds her Master's of Historic Preservation from the University of Florida and a BA in Art History and History from Emory University. And we're thrilled to have her on board.
Thanks, Jordan. That was a great introduction.
Okay, moving on, state review of the city's certified local government annual report. So as a certified local government, that opens the city up, the program up to primarily grant funding and to use the State Division of Historical Resources as a resource for staff. And as part of our kind of programmatic agreement in joining as a certified local government, we have to submit an annual report, which basically is a kind of status checkup of how the program is doing. It's all of our board projects, agendas, all of our rulings, our review of our ordinance and bylaws. But we have been approved for last year, and we will continue into this year as a program in good standing. But I would like to thank Anthony Mendez, our CLG coordinator, for pulling all of that together and having it submitted. It's quite a bit. So thank you, Anthony. One other item, so this year, the November and December meetings. This year, it's going to be same as last year, with the meetings falling on the same week as Thanksgiving and Christmas. So We are currently proposing to relocate both of those meetings to the week prior. So that would be Wednesday, November 18th, which is the third Wednesday of the month, and then Wednesday, December 16th, which is the third Wednesday of the month. Now, if we get closer to that and realize that we're not going to have a quorum, we may do something differently. But just to kind of be a little bit more proactive this year, we'd like to go ahead and move those meetings up.
So,
Yes, sir.
so we can calendar our personal calendars with the dates reflected that you just mentioned?
Yes,
And
it's going to be.
disregard the other one?
Yes, it'll be changed on the new schedule. Just the last item before we get into business for continued projects. So if an item gets continued this evening, resubmittals to be heard at the February 24th meeting are going to be due Wednesday, February 4th by noon. If resubmittals, you could also submit if you need more time to be heard at the March 24th meeting. Those will be due by Tuesday, February 10th at noon. Okay, and that ends staff's report.
Thank you, and thank you for that planning ahead for the end of this year. Now it is time for remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us are quasi-judicial in nature. That means that we make our decision based on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask that you keep this in mind when making your comments. How this works is the applicant will make a presentation, up to 10 minutes or 15 only if there is a demolition. Afterwards, staff will make a presentation. After staff, we open it up for public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant may have a short rebuttal after the public speaks. I'd like to mention that we have a long agenda this evening, and with that in mind and respect for all those who are here this evening, we will be strictly adhering to the time limits as set forth in my remarks, and our board secretary will be keeping track of the time. Now, to lead into this, we as board members need to disclose whether we have discussed the cases before us with anyone prior to tonight's meeting. We'll start with disclosure of ex parte communications.
As to matter 8.7 on the agenda, which is HPB 25-107, 3608 Washington Road, I was emailed by the applicant and had a phone conversation regarding their application, and they advocated for their project and their client. But I can make my decisions based on the evidence presented at tonight's hearing. As to all other matters on tonight's agenda, I, Caleb Laux, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 8.2, which is 501 Claremore Drive, I did see the plans from the applicant and discuss the project with him. I feel that I can make a decision aside from that. And as to matter 8.7, I did exchange emails but did not end up connecting with the applicant on the project. Aside from those two, I have not had ex parte communications, I have not received written communications, I have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter of item 8.2 in tonight's agenda, 501 Claremore Drive, I received an email from the applicant. I responded, but I didn't have the opportunity to meet with him, so I have not discussed the project with them. As to all other matters in tonight's agenda, I gave Charles Lapsky, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kristen Kellogg, have discussed them with staff. As to 7.6 for 365 Plymouth Road, I spoke briefly with the owner last year, as I mentioned, in last month's ex parte communications. For 8.2, as many other members mentioned, the architect reached out via email, but we did not end up connecting to discuss the project. And for project 8.7, which is 3608 Washington, the architect also reached out, I believe that was via email, and our client owns the property to the north, and when I discussed that with the board attorney, she recommended recusing myself, so I will be stepping away when that project is discussed. As to all matters on tonight's agenda other than those listed, I have not received written communication, I have not had ex parte communications, I have not conducted an investigation, I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Good evening. As to all matters on tonight's January 27, 2026 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have had ex parte communications with two applications. Item 8.2, I engaged in a Zoom teleconference with the project architect, Mr. Roger Jansen. We went over the project preliminarily. I had not yet received staff package yet. So I'm certain that I'm able to make my judgment on tonight's presentations and the materials that were submitted since then. Item 8.7, project architect Mr. Gonzalez reached out to me, asked if I had any questions that I should engage with him. I did not, because I had not received the submittal yet, and that was it. As for all other matters, I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matters 8.2 and 8.7, I've had email exchange with the applicants. As to all other items on the agenda, I, Jeff Sheldon, have not had ex parte communication, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Just confirming that everybody who's had ex parte will be able to make their decisions based on the information presented tonight. Can
Yes.
everybody confirm that?
Yes.
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 As to all matters before the Preservation Board this evening, I, Gerald Bucksbaum, have had ex parte communications on Project 8.2 25-94 with the architect, and 8.7 HPB 25-107 with the architect. None of those conversations in any way would give me information not to be a part of making a decision. I have not had received written communications, conducted an investigation, made a site visit, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
And Mr. Bucksbaum, you will be making your decision based on the evidence presented this evening, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the time for the swearing in of speakers. Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. I forgot your first meeting. I apologize.
It's all right. I'm going to have to try hard anyway.
It's the glare. Absolutely.
So as to the matter of 8.7, I had the architect send me an email, but I have not been able to respond or look at it, so there's no issue there. And then as to the matter of the rest of the cases, I have not had ex parte communication, I have not received written communication, I have not conducted an investigation, I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communication be made part of the record.
Thank you. And apologies again, Katie. I'm not quite used to having our board fully staffed. So it's really exciting that we have a full board now, right, Jordan? Thrilled. So now it is time for the swearing in of speakers. If you are here this evening and wish to speak on a case on the agenda, please stand for the swearing in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like first on the agenda, we have consent items for 313 Villette Way, 509 North Street, and 520 30th Street.
I move the board to approve the consent items in tonight's agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. If you are one of those 3 projects that I just listed, your project is approved. Congratulations. Let's see. I believe our next case of the evening is HPB 25-85 for 349 Plymouth Road. Is that correct? No? Oh, the variance portion was withdrawn.
Oh,
Thank you.
yep, sorry about that.
Okay. So HPB 25-81 for 333 Greenwood Drive, where it was just the variance portion that was withdrawn.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Harris. I'm the architect for this project at 333 Greenwood. We were here last month requesting a variance, which we've now eliminated. We're no longer requesting that variance. The project remains the same as it was. We just reduced it in scale to now fit the site conditions as they stand. Just to refresh your memory, this is a simple stucco and wood frame building. It's a pretty straightforward building. The most interesting part of it is the entry procession, especially that tower that used to be, as far as we can tell, an exterior room under the slight sloped roof to the right side and upper level, which unfortunately now is no longer that open porch. But other than that, there are no really significant characteristics of the building itself. The client wishes to add some space to the building and also create a portico share to the east side to allow a covered entry in times of rain into the building. And then an addition is also proposed for the back of the building, the north side of the building. You can see that in the plan, the various plans that we've submitted that show existing and proposed conditions. Because this is a wood frame building, we're choosing to use a wood frame construction for the supports for the portico share and the upper level above it, rather than create some false sense of mass with a stucco on wood column below. The columns will be fairly large for a wood frame column. They'll be about 8 to 9 inches square, and they will have some detail, but they will be pretty simple too. The idea is to have them probably clad in Pecky cypress or something native to the location. If there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Other than that, that's it for my presentation.
Thank you. We'll take staff's presentation, then we'll do all the questions at once. Thank you.
Okay, Jordan Hodges, City Historic Preservation Planner for the record. As Jeff introduced the project, this is a continued item from last month. It was initially a certificate of appropriateness for additions, plus a cumulative side yard setback variance, and that variance has been withdrawn from the application. So we're only looking at the certificate of appropriateness for additions. Just to kind of locate the property, it is 1 block east of the Dixie Highway commercial corridor. This is the contributing resource. Jeff did a nice job of explaining the building. Mediterranean, kind of a pared down Mediterranean recessed entry in what, looked to be like an open sleeping porch up in that top corner. As far as the zoning is concerned, the underlying zoning, the application is now compliant with the zoning and land development regulations for the parcel. As that carport element pulled back in, the lot coverage and the FAR kind of decreased with that in a comparable amount. So this is a rendering of the front elevation, and just to refresh, it is porte cochere with habitable living space above it. That kind of facade does step down to make it more of a secondary element. Rear elevations, you can see the kind of center two-story part. There's an addition there. The one-story element all the way to the right pulls out a little bit, but stays a one-story element under that shed roof. And again, you can see the porte cochere. These are the east and west elevations. I'm sure you'll remember from last time there was discussion about the chimney, maneuvering the vehicle around the chimney. So that is retained in this application. So staff really doesn't have many concerns with the project. Our concern last month was solely around the variance. So we are recommending approval with standard conditions 1 through 3. And that's all of staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant. It looks like the existing parapet has the barrel tile coping, and
If you'll just speak into the microphone.
Yes, if you look at those elevations again, you can see that the existing the majority of the barrel tile is in the front of the building, and the coping on the parapet only occurs in limited areas. If we step around, how can I run through these?
Go right and left.
Okay.
I can pull up your drawings if you'd like that. I've got your
I think this will work. So as you step around the building, you can see on the existing elevations, the coping only occurs in a limited number of areas, specifically on the front of the building, obviously, and then just around the corner from the front on the east side, above that old sleeping porch. Everything past that it's non-existent. On the west side, there's a very shallow pitched roof over the stairs, but then everything north of that also doesn't have it. So we didn't really feel like it was necessary to add it anywhere else, given the fact that there is a lot of vacant space, I guess I would say, on the top of the parapet.
well, looking at the existing photos on your sheet 308.3.1, looks like it's on every coping existing. If I'm looking at the photos, looks like barrel tile is on every single. It looks like there's some missing from the west side, but it looks like there's barrel tile on every single coping.
Yeah, I don't believe that's true.
So if you go through the photos at the top, it looks like it's on every single coping.
Oh, you're right. All right. All right. So, what are you asking me to do?
Well, I'd recommend keeping that.
Well, we'll keep that. Anything.
Yeah, or in repairing it wherever it is, and I mean, just I would say as a this is an opinion, and as a practical matter, especially with wood framing and stucco, it'd probably be a good idea to add it onto the new addition as well, so you have additional waterproofing, on top of a normal detail. Since the detail already exists, I'd recommend keeping it just for longevity of the wood framing.
No, we'll definitely leave it on the existing house. If it's a matter of something that everybody feels strongly about, and we need it on the addition, I'm happy to put it on the addition as well.
Yes, sir, thank you. I have a question for you on, I couldn't make out in the drawing sets, the clearance of the Pour cochere.
Is this something we need to look at the plan for? When you say the clearance, are you talking about height or?
Yeah, the head clearance of how high is,
Oh,
like,
it's,
that's not called out.
I would say it's to the lower level of the beam. I would say it's the beam itself.
Similar to the,
Yeah, I
little
would
bit
say
over the
it's
door.
probably 8 feet above grade, maybe more than that. The 8-foot line is essential, well, actually, the 8-foot line is essentially the bottom of the addition above, or the 9-foot line, I mean, because that's where the structure is.
There's something, oh, okay, thank you.
Staff is, I have another question for you, please. Staff is recommending the 3 conditions. Do you agree with them?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we'll move into public comment for this project. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this case? All right, I don't think that the applicant needs a rebuttal since there is no public comment, and so we'll move into executive session.
I don't have an issue with this project. I think that the major issue was the variance that was requested and now seems no longer required. I don't have a problem with this.
Mr. Murphy, it seemed like you had something else you were going to say on the project.
There's something about, I'm happy that the variance was abandoned and it was redesigned. There's something that looks very rear deck-like to me, and I don't know if that could have been embellished or detailed better, or maybe I'm just giving an opinion. But I'm fine with the application as is. On a side note, I kind of thought it maybe should have started after the window that is on both sides of the chimney, but I'm not going to design for them.
Yeah. I think that we could, I understand what you're saying now that you've said it. I don't think I can unsee that, but I wonder if a condition with articulation of those columns underneath with like a chamfered post or something like that would do a little bit to help.
Or corbels. I think that would probably clean it up. Like the Spanish zapatos, the corbels.
Maybe the condition is that they work with staff to further articulate
Yeah.
that. Those columns or posts, with or without corbels, I would leave that to our city staff, I think, to work with the applicant. But I think we can handle it that way so that,
No, I agree.
we're not being too prescriptive.
I had the same reaction, and I think you articulated it pretty concisely. But yeah, other than that,
All right, so it seems like we're in agreement with staff's conditions plus additional articulation on the post or columns. And then we would also like to see the barrel tile at the parapet continued as it currently exists. Is that correct?
yes.
Not on the addition.
You don't think so?
I don't know.
Oh, well, I guess it's up to the applicant. I would recommend it. I guess you could differentiate it. I think it's a good
I
idea.
like the differentiated.
I do
as an
too.
addition,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, but I do think it's important
To
that
keep.
we're saying that the tile needs to continue on the existing structure just because it's expressed differently in the drawings.
Okay, I can make a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-81 in 333 Greenwood Drive for additions and alterations in accordance with Standard 9 and 10 as set forth in Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The conditions include the 3 listed in the staff report, and we are adding number 4, that is keep the barrel tile coping as currently exists. And number 5, work with staff to improve the post articulation of the added post.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations, you're approved. And thank you for working with us. The next case is HPB 25-85 for 349 Plymouth Road.
Good evening. So just after our last meeting, I met with staff and we just spoke about things. Mostly what I did was try to create plans that detailed better what we were asking for on the demolition side of things. I also incorporated their previous recommendations. So as a quick summary, what we're asking for is we're removing all of the additional additions that were put onto the property over the years, trying to make the house appear more as it should have in the past, and adding a 2-story addition at the rear of the property. This is the demolition plan that I drew up to illustrate, to try to differentiate between what was added, what is original, and what we're asking to remove. So all of the dark gray shaded areas were the non-contributing additional structures that were added. The light yellow sections of the original structure are the portions of the rear of the house that we're trying to, or that we're asking to demolish and replace with a 2nd-story structure. And the white areas are the historical structure that would remain. These are lots of conditions inside of the house that make it a little bit more difficult to restore the back of the property. So termite damage, the fact that the whole house is refinished in a new stucco finish that would be removed, and the existing stucco underneath is not in good condition for fixing, and the foundation is quite deteriorated, would not support a 2nd-story structure, et cetera. If we did reinforce the foundation, reinforce the walls, basically what we would be keeping is some old 2x4s that are not in very good condition either in that back part where we're adding the 2nd story. This is the new front elevation and the new eastern elevation, showing what we've originally, one of the additions that one of the conditions that they had requested was that we added a reveal across the top of the parapet wall in the 2nd-story addition. Instead of doing the reveal, what we've done is added the clay tile coping. That's to differentiate the new structure from the old structure. Also, where there's the circular, it was originally shown as like a vent, and now it's more of it'll be a cast stone medallion above the window on the eastern elevation. The other change that I made since we last met was the windows on the western facade now are single hung rather than casements, which they were previously, and that's mostly for budget purposes, but that's on the short setback. And just the updated floor plans, but nothing has really changed there. And the contrast, this rendering is still the previous rendering and hasn't been updated with the changes. That was just because of the short period of time between the last meeting and when we had to submit by. That's it.
Thank you. We'll have staff's presentation next.
Good evening, Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking for the record as a case manager for HPB 2585. This is a request for additions and alterations at 349 Plymouth Road as stated by our applicant. This case was continued over concerns of the extent of demolition. Just background, this is an SF14C2. It's short for Historic Single Family High Density Residential Context 2, constructed in circa 1925 in the Mission Revival style in the Bel Air Historic District. We have a background showing the extensive amount of alterations that have occurred at this property throughout its history. Most recently, the removal of the jalousie windows, going back to 2008. This is a 2007 photograph, and we have a 2015 photograph provided here, and we have the scope of the additions per the Florida Master, not Florida Master, sorry, file, the green card showing the extensive additions that have occurred. There are some existing nonconformities along this site, most notably at the rear. But the request hasn't changed since the last month. It's the 920 square foot, two-story addition, fenestration changes along all the facades and the demolition of those altered facades. We have the updated submittal package from our applicant, adhering to staff's conditions from the last HPB meeting. We have the east facade, the added architectural detail, the changing of the post, changes of fenestration, have the west facade, and we have the annotated demolition plan. We have the justification statement for demolition. I have a hard copy, but it should be that PDF in your packet. We also have clarified the zoning and land development regulations table from the applicant and having him provide the wall height at site setback, which was not provided the last meeting, and this iteration of drawings, it complies with that 20-foot maximum for height. Staff's recommendation is approval with conditions with relatively minor concerns. Our recommendations, the four outlined, just for the conditions that have not been addressed from the last cycle in terms of the garden gate not being made of vinyl, the awnings not being made of vinyl, updated elevation drawings and the streetscape as well. Elevation drawings to be submitted include the proposed gate, since that is a detail that we would like to see before applying for building permits. Here we just have the some visual references for our conditions. Yes, and the streetscape drawing has not been changed since the last meeting. Roof plan, well, not much has changed there, but that would have to be part of their submittal package upon applying for building permits. Have the surrounding buildings. Most valid reference points are 351 Plymouth Road, contributing Mission Revival, and 347 Plymouth Road, again, also contributing in the Mission Revival, are applicable codes of the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria for new construction and alteration. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant. Hey. On the second floor addition facing the street, are those windows or are they doors?
They're windows.
Great.
Casement windows.
Right answer. And then are you lowering the front door? Because currently there's a side, it's like, because it's 4 steps up and now it's at grade with a curb.
It's part of that is just the grade itself is going to be a little higher, but it's coming down about 8 inches, I think.
The door is coming down about 8 inches.
Correct.
What's happening? So the floor is being completely removed, you said that. And is the whole building's going to have a lower slab?
Yes, correct.
And that doesn't affect the windows? I don't see them drawn that they're lowering too.
The window, so I believe the sills are a little bit lower as in the drawings. But yes, the floor is going to be lower. What is?
I trust that's okay with the FEMA zone that it's in, but okay, so all the windows are lowering to
Yes.
accommodate about a foot of
Yeah,
lower
the windows
slab.
are taller also, especially on the front facade.
Okay.
To clarify, the head height of the windows are staying the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually, the inside, when you walk in the house right now, there's an 8-foot ceiling. When you walk in further, there's a 9-foot ceiling. The ceiling is going to be coming down slightly.
Last month, like this month, it's a very good project, but I think it's a good project. Thank you.
I actually have a question to tag onto that because I had not picked up on that, Mr. Murphy, about the floor moving down. Can you talk through how you're doing that, how you're achieving that?
So the floor, the floor is coming out, and it'll be replaced with a slab.
This is the clay block house?
No.
The entire structure's wood frame?
Yes.
Have you studied that attachment of the floor?
Yes. It's literally not a very good footing, sitting on with a row of CMU and double ledger supporting bloom frame construction.
Did you have a picture of that condition when you were showing some of those existing? If we could pull that up.
Is it part of your presentation?
Yeah, I had,
Is it part of
right.
your report?
Yeah. Presentation.
Presentation?
The new slab is underneath where the wood framing.
Is this a slide?
Yeah.
So,
I guess not. Yeah, not a great representation here.
I guess the question, if maybe I can elaborate for Ms. Kellogg, is if this is balloon framed and you have the studs bearing basically on a ledger or on top of these joists, and you're dropping a slab, say at the level of the footing, you're going to have hanging studs that might have to be sistered down. Or do the studs
So
extend?
the walls on the portion of the house that is remaining. The foundation is remaining, and the slab will be poured inside of that and tied into the existing.
Where do the wall studs sit with relative to the joists?
So
Are they
they're,
above the joists, or do they sit on the footing?
No, they sit on. There's currently maybe you'd call it like a double rim joist that goes all the way around the outside of the house.
Okay.
And it sits on top of those.
Okay, and that double rim joist is at the level of the floor joists?
It is the level of the floor joist, yes.
Okay, so that double rim joist will remain in place, and then the slab will be below the double rim joist?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, I guess this is whether or not that detail is structurally kosher, I guess that's an open question.
I mean,
but-
the whole thing has to be shored.
Right.
Like there's these structures, like everything's kind of holding everything else together. And so, yes, that is my concern, and thank you for articulating it better than I was, Caleb.
I have a structural engineer who's doing all of the details, and I'm happy to run those by you if necessary. I promise you I'm not going to let the asphalt.
No, I think we see the problem. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I understand it is.
It's
not
a question it's a question that's come up on projects I've worked on. It's like, well, if we have to pour it or redo the building, can we just drop it to get head height?
Yeah, and we need to be quite clear about the level of demolition. So we have a demolition diagram, essentially.
Yep.
Depending on how the board moves tonight, I would like to see a formal material removal plan, like with the dashed lines, because I think there's a lot of ambiguity in that diagram.
And that would include, what material are you asking?
It's the same thing as a demolition plan. It's just called a materials removal plan in historic preservation, but it's like a formal technical drawing versus like a color-coded diagram, because it gives us more clear information.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I personally spoke up last month about the extent of demolition, and I think there's more. Well, there is more now that you're speaking, and our board, my colleagues, are seeing it. And this is really just for transparency, so staff is aware, can field the phone calls, because there will be phone calls. And again, I want to. Certainly not attacking you by any means, because I repeat that it's a very nice project and it's an addition done very sensitively and want to approve it. I just don't know if that amount of demolition is adequately shown on your demolition plan. And that's all. Like you have to show the windows, new heights, and.
Okay.
I have a question. Is the bronze color windows appropriate for this house?
For mission revival structure, generally speaking, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Question for you. Your interior flooring, your final product, what is that going to be?
Wood.
It's going to be wood?
Yes.
Do you feel that you could achieve the same thing with, I don't know, pilings? You know, instead of, I've done it both ways. I'm just curious because if you're doing more of like a hard, travertine, something more hard, you absolutely need a slab. I totally get it. But can you also achieve what you're trying to do with wood? Setting different footers across the whole thing instead of pouring a whole slab, because you're doing wood. Do you need to redo and drop the whole floor with a slab? Just curious.
I would say that the choice was made for multiple reasons. I would really prefer to get rid of the crawl space. That is really a preference of mine. Is it possible? Yeah, I mean, it's possible to leave it altogether if that's what you required, but that's not preference.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
I've done it both ways.
Yeah.
And cost more doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's why. It was just the finished product
it's
material.
purely, as I said last time, this is a project that we're doing for myself and my wife as our house, and it's the quality of the finished product that we're looking for. Just one other comment is if it's possible, with your comments, if it's possible to do that where we don't have to tell me what you need to do and we'll happily do that, but we'd really not prefer to lose another month and go back. So if we could do this as working with the staff to get it to where you want it to be, that is be our preference also.
I have a quick question. On the east facade, is there a reason why the addition massing only has one window?
Only because, I look at the floor plan, that's where the staircase is going up. The ground floor portion of, it's cut in half by that staircase. That's going to be utility space underneath the staircase, so not really a purpose to put a window there. The upstairs window is to let in natural light. That's basically it.
Mr. Mendez, is that east elevation where staff is asking for the score line?
Yes. That's
differentiate?
Yeah, for differentiation, yes.
So there's a potential opportunity to articulate a little bit apart from just a score line, there's a potential opportunity to articulate that a little less blankly?
Sure.
An open question, but.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Additional questions? Right, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, applicant, do you need any kind of rebuttal? All right, he has declined a rebuttal, so we will move into executive session. Do you want to start?
We didn't really speak as a board about the changes of the windows on the ground floor. I think they're an improvement, but they are changing. So in that regard, the penetrations for the new windows will be more demolition because they're bigger windows. So if the windows, if the facades of the demolition properly dictate the enlargement, I'm comfortable with moving this along at the request of the applicant, unless you have more conditions or concerns, subject to the review and approval of staff. But in this day and age, you don't really hear about lowering a building's elevation. And I think I received confirmation that it's not in a flood zone, so that's good. But
I think that one of the things that we talked about last time was fully understanding the extent of demolition. And because we still don't have the demolition plans, I think, Mr. Murphy, you talked about even the elevations last time that show the extent of demolition. So, I mean, we have diagrams, right? But like I said before, I think the technical aspect of that understanding, which in the past, city staff has run into, not the city staff that's here, but has run into kind of like clarity of the amount of demolition. So as long as staff would be okay reviewing that level of demolition, which they're nodding yes to, then I would be comfortable with it. But I just want to kind of reiterate that that was something we asked for, and that's why it's coming up again. So it sounds like we are looking to approve with conditions if someone's willing to make a motion, but I just want to reiterate that we do need to include a condition that staff reviews formal technical demolition plans.
I would also just add the condition that they just articulate that east facade a little bit somehow. Beyond the score line, and so and I'll leave that to the applicant and staff to decide what's appropriate.
I'm willing to make a motion. I'm trying to find Anthony oh, there, perfect. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number HPB 25-85 COA-000377-2025, address 349 Plymouth Road, as set forth in Section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in Section 9449 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The conditions include the following 4 conditions identified in the staff recommendation, as well as the following conditions. Condition 5, that the east facade shall be further articulated in addition to the score line, subject to the review and approval of city staff. Condition 6, that a full demolition plan and elevations indicating the entire extent of demolition, both in floor slabs and roof plans, and each elevation depicting the amount of demolition per facade, shall be submitted, subject to the review and approval of staff. It'll be staff's discretion if they believe that the extent of demolition exceeds what this board believes to be the extent of demolition, that it could be returned to the commission for review.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you so much. The next project is HPB 25-87 for 365 Plymouth Road.
We have a, staff's accidentally uploaded the staff presentation twice. I'll need to take a quick moment to go get the applicant's presentation. Maybe if we could reorder one and come back. That makes sense? Sorry about that.
So you'd like us to go to the first item on new business and then come back to this one?
If that's okay with everyone?
Okay.
Can you
Yes.
go get?
Okay, so we will reorder the agenda so that our next case is HPB 2588, 516 28th Street, and then following that, we will return to 365 Plymouth Road.
Yes. Okay, got it. So sorry. Okay.
Okay, good evening. Walter Hyde III, with Designer Architects, registered architect, representing this wonderful Mediterranean revival in Northwood District. We're proposing a second-story addition to the left side and a small single-story addition off the rear with a loggia. Some basic info on the site, just notable the number of contributing structures in the area. Okay. Oh, the screen is not the same. Okay, got it. Okay, existing front facade. This angle better highlights where the second-story addition will go. This is the existing rear. The sides are pretty tight, but this is what we could get for a photo for y'all. This is going to highlight an addition that was done in the 60s, which we're proposing to build over. Here's our proposed plot plan. The second story addition is going to be 493 square foot. The first story addition, 144. The rear loggia is 190. And we kind of have like an interesting little connector balcony that adds 32 square feet due to creating a covered porch scenario. Here's the demolition plan. Rear wall of the existing living room comes out to facilitate the addition. We have direct replacement windows. On the second story, we're doing a reconfiguration of some interior bedroom spaces. So here is the proposed first floor, highlighting that first story addition in the middle, the loggia off the back. See if I can't get a mouse on there. Okay, and then the second story addition is this left side of the second story here. Roof plan, we did work with staff, had at least 2 iterations back and forth on whether or not we match the sort of mission style flat roof that is to the rear of the existing contributing structure, or do we go with the hip roof? We did eventually settle on the hip roof. I personally think it was the right choice. This is the existing and proposed front elevation. The original packet or elevations that you might be looking at actually included a band down the middle of the left side where we're doing the addition. It was suggested that we remove that. We were asked by staff to maybe improve some of the fenestration. We had a lot of void on the facade, so we went ahead and increased these archtop windows and added the 2 balconettes to kind of play off of the existing language of the contributing structure. I will note that staff had a condition about potentially doing a double window instead of a single, and while some double windows do appear mostly on side facades, the front was predominantly singles, so we do wish to keep that going. Oh, okay, yep, my slide is working. Okay, so just highlighting some of the changes that we made. Okay, here's the rear. We have a flat roof over the addition with a shed roof over the loggia. And the rear facade kind of very closely matches the front with the balconettes and the archtops. Proposed side elevation. And the alternate side doesn't really see any changes other than moving 1 window and adding 1 archtop. Section to portray that we are not really going for any crazy ceiling heights here, standard 8 feet on top of an existing 8'7". Window door schedule, some of the materials that we plan to use on the project. And here is a rendering showing the proposed addition to the left and the rear. Sure, go ahead.
So Walter's been to this house. I also have personally been to this home. Beautiful home. Lots of decoration and detail where you least expect it, where you turn a corner, where a corner of a wall reaches the roof. But our addition is balancing with the home. We don't attempt to compete with it. We initially had this balcony that you see cantilevered into the corner, call it the connector, where that mouse is. We decided to make it white. Originally we had Pecky cypress and beams, which I think brought too much focus to it. So making it white allowed it to be more of a blending element, but also a turning point between old and new. As Walter mentioned, we also added these faux railings in the front of the windows. We added some flower boxes, and we dressed up the landscape a bit, as you see here. And at the rear, we did a little more decoration and detail with a little segment of the arch. Stayed consistent with the rafter tails, made sure the eaves were nice and dark in terms of reading that cap, We think a barrel roof is much more, a much nicer look on this home than considering a parapet for the addition. This is a wood frame addition on the second story over a wood frame first floor. Thank you so much.
May I ask staff's presentation, please?
Again, Jordan Hodges, City Historic Preservation Planner for the record. This is Certificate of Appropriateness Major for additions and alterations. This is also a pre-construction application for a historic preservation ad valorem tax exemption. The applicants have done a nice job going over the request. This parcel sits kind of on the south side of the lot, or the south side of the block face. And it is a very large lot for the neighborhood. Again, the contributing resource, it's a beautiful Mediterranean revival structure that's kind of anchored by that 2.5-story tower element in the corner. Then to the left, you do see that kind of post-war flat roof addition that, you know, just seems kind of tacked onto the house. And then on the left, you can see that post-war addition as well. And then in the right photo, you can see a 2-story mission revival articulated element. Staff was unable to determine if that was original with the house or if maybe that was an early addition that was just done in a little bit less of expensive style since it was towards the rear. And some more photos of that 2-story rear element. As far as the zoning, the current proposal is in compliance with all current zoning. Like I said, it is a very large lot, so they are well under their minimums. The property does have an existing non-conforming west setback, but that side of the property is not being altered. And again, the front elevation. So what's visible from the street is solely located atop of that kind of flat roof post-war addition. And as the applicants indicated, we had bounced around different ideas kind of for the roof and the fenestration. Our initial inclination was to request a flat roof with a parapet, but it seemed to a little bit of the tail wagging the dog when it was put on this elevation. And then for the windows, the building currently has these like 16 light, either fixed or casement windows. Staff's initial recommendation was to just modify those into paired 8-light casement windows, which would give a little bit of verticality and be generally more appropriate for the style. But the applicant chose to do a window type that's featured elsewhere on the structure. And it was alluded to as well, there is a little bit of a solid to void ratio difference, right, between what's going on in the new addition and what is going on the rest of the property. More so on the rest of the front facade, that 2-story mission wing has a little bit more, is closer in ratio to this addition. So staff did include a condition of approval, that potentially the applicants could continue to work with staff and maybe do paired windows, larger windows, something to eat up a little bit of that wall space. Staff did not have the new drawings, so this was, it doesn't show the archtop windows quite at the scale as the applicant had just shown. Again, you can see to the rear, so you have that single-story loggia element. Behind that is a flat roof single-story element that you can't really see in this elevation. And then, of course, the two-story addition over the flat roof structure. And again, from the west, the addition's pretty narrow. It certainly looks larger from the front than it is from the side. And you can see the profile of the loggia beyond. Also, what we were speaking about, it is wholesale window replacement kind of throughout the entire structure. So the kind of enclosed arch top windows are going to be kind of reinstated on the facade, which staff sees as a great improvement. Again, on the streetscape elevation, the house is certainly wider than the other properties on the street, but it is a much larger lot, and the house isn't getting any more wide, right? It's just getting taller in one area, but it is staff's, you know, kind of analysis that the addition, the kind of articulation of the current proposal ties that single-story element into the house better than it was currently existing. And again, the rendering that was provided. For the applicable code sections, we had the Secretary of Interior standards and the additional criteria. Staff found that the project was generally compliant with all 19 criteria. Staff did include, is recommending approval and included 7 conditions of approval. The first one is our standard glass and mutton condition. Number 2, the patch and repair of existing stucco. Number 3, the paired hung windows on the second floor of the addition's west elevation shall utilize a wider mullion, either wood or stucco clad, that maintains the proportion of the paired window openings existing on the rest of the historic structure. It is thus requesting not to use an aluminum tube mullion for paired windows. Number 4, the replacement of the front door. Staff doesn't know if the front door was being requested, but it wasn't on the window and door schedule, so we just specified that. Number 5, the applicant, or the staff recommends the applicant utilize paired hung windows in lieu of single windows on the front facade of the 2-story addition, if and where feasible, subject to staff review at permitting. And the new, number 6, the new roof tile shall match the old material design, profile, and color, subject to staff review at permitting. And then number 7, standard tax exemption condition of approval for documenting the process. That's all of staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I have a question for staff and a question for the applicant. Staff, I like the analysis that articulated to us that you had gone back and forth about the roof. My question to you is your professional opinion on this kind of, I'll call it the hinge, kind of the hyphen, this balcony that I'm not sure how it is currently resolved, if it's successful, and I'd like specifically your thoughts on that.
So I think staff initially thought it was a little bit more successful, detailed in wood as opposed to stucco clad. It does have kind of rafter tails that project. It's a cantilevered balcony. I thought that the wood, I don't know if it's a good idea to have it disappear. I think if you're going to do a kind of a projecting element like that, it should maybe be a little bit more present. But staff didn't have major concerns with it.
Even with the new door opening where there's a window on the original historic house? Okay. And are we to contemplate the project based on this rendering with the introduction of the larger window openings and the Juliet balconies or the fake balconies?
If that's what's being proposed, we'll have the applicant send us this plan set, or their plan set tomorrow, and we'll include it as the record file.
Okay. And then I have a question for Doctor. The drawings, hello?
Hi.
Your drawings show a proposed pavilion on the site plan, but I didn't see a set of drawings in the project identifying that. Is that part of the scope or a future scope?
There's no proposed pavilion in our drawings, and I'm sorry if it's misindicating. Yeah, please.
Okay. That's all I have.
And I just wanted to clarify for either staff or the applicant, we don't have a date on the one-story addition. Do we not have a date on the one-story addition? That's unclear?
It was present on the 1967 property card.
Okay, it's been there for a while. Oh, okay, useful.
So we have no recollection of whether this has been permitted or not, this structure, and we did not design it. We are simply documenting it. And then furthermore, I just want to make a clarification for item number 3. On the conditions, it was labeled as west-facing windows, but it's actually the east-facing windows that were in question. Thank you.
Have you entertained the idea of lowering the addition to differentiate it from the existing? Because I think that that will add more interest to the project, even though it's a nice project. But.
Thank you for the comment, valid comment. We tried to do so, but with our ceiling heights on the first and second floor, they're consistent with the historic existing ceiling heights. If we were to contemplate lowering the roof, we would be lower than the 8-foot ceiling height. Considering roof rafters, it would force us into a position of a flat roof, and we believe that the barrel roof is more complementary to this home. So yes, we have explored it, both with staff and professionally ourselves with the client.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Is there, thank you.
Yes.
Is there any public comment on this case? Okay, seeing none. Any rebuttal required? You're just up here. I think we're good. All right, thank you. We will move into executive session.
I'm going to venture 2 comments. I think they've done their best. I think I appreciate the effort. I understand the tricky condition with the addition. And I'm trying to think what might help differentiate, because I think it needs that, or needs broken up at least on the street, so a little bit. So a simple way would be to change the outlook or overhang. I'm not suggesting that's be done. I'm just saying that's one example. Another example, maybe a little bit different, but I think maybe horizontal articulation may help, because this house has a story, and the story goes back to, who knows, maybe even the 40s, and maybe being expressed as a one story that had a second story on top of it might help not only break up that facade, but also emphasize to the street, it's like, hey, there was a one-story addition done 70 years ago. We added a second story on top of it, and that would help differentiate it visually as well from the original house. Again, that's just a suggestion, but apart from that, apart from the massing, like the overall massing, I don't think there's much else that can be done with that. So those are like 2 editorial comments I could see trying to help that be its own thing, differentiated from the original. And yeah, honestly, I have really no problem with the fenestration as proposed. Yeah, and the only other thing is that addition. I thought the presentation said that the little balcony was going to be painted white, and if it's wood, if it's wood and it's expressed as wood and it's painted white, I don't think it has a problem, but I feel like if it is expressed in stucco, it's not stucco? It's wood, okay, yeah, I think as long as it's not stucco, as long as it's wood, I think it can be wood, whatever. Just stucco won't have that kind of span. But yeah, I have no problem with that as wood.
Since no one else is speaking, I will. I do agree with staff on the fenestration. I see how they wound up where they did with the massing and kind of the constraints of that. And I think because the addition that's there is not, I would not argue that's acquired significance over time. We don't have a certain date of it. There's not a lot of character assigned to it. I don't mind like the minimization of that and working with that too, just from a perspective of it's a good use to use what you already have there and work with it. And so where we would typically like to see the step down, I understand like why it's so difficult in this instance, but the fenestration is really bothering me. We have in our compatibility criteria, we have that rhythm of solids to voids, which our city staff pointed out, and I completely agree. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of white space, like particularly even in this rendering that we're looking at in that like kind of central area, even if you left the rest of it. And whether it's done with paired windows, which I did think was, a nice way to kind of differentiate or create a hierarchy, because that's already a way that they've created a hierarchy on the structure. And that because we are so confined with our heights, like that might be a nice way to articulate it. Thank you. Articulate that kind of hierarchy with fenestration instead of the massing like we typically like to do. But that's a serious amount of white space. And when you compare that to the historic structure next to it, I think it goes beyond differentiation. It just feels like it's not as thought out. So I would like to see that condition retained about the fenestration. Mr. Murphy, I would like to ask your thoughts on that kind of hyphen balcony element.
I'm not reacting positively with it. It's bringing my eyes to it, and I think that generally as a connector or a hyphen between the new and the old, it's usually more kind of a subdued element, and this kind of brings your attention to it in a relatively awkward manner, particularly at the first floor with the introduction of like the little nook or the alcove that just to show the chimney. I'll probably recommend eliminating that. I completely see the relevance of the solid to void, particularly on the street facing as well as the west elevation. I don't know if that's a large built-in that they're retaining to keep that a featureless wall, but it's getting a whole remodel. Anyway, I don't know if I answered your question.
You did,
Okay.
Thank you. Would anyone else on the board like to chime in during executive session?
Now I see what Mr. Murphy is saying about this balcony and the alcove that was introduced on the ground floor. I would remove it. I mean, I am okay with that one on the second level, right? But I don't think that needs to come down to the ground.
Could we see the updated rendering on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. and it's shown like that. And yeah, oh, I see. It's like a, yeah, it's like a application, a wall application that mimics what happened upstairs, but doesn't make any sense or any difference.
Oh, the niche?
Yeah, it's like a niche. In the elevation, it looks like a column that is supporting the balcony above it, but it's not.
Except it has depth.
Right.
I mean,
I almost feel like because the roof condition continues there, that it's further expressing that there's no hierarchy in height.
Would it be better without a roof?
Maybe it's unroofed. Owe me a nickel. Maybe it's unroofed, or
Maybe the
Just,
roof pitch continues, just makes
Yep.
it lower. It's like, I don't think you're missing
Yeah.
out on much, having something lower than the window heights. It happens a lot on balconies.
Right, I think
I
that's
think
a good
that's it.
opportunity to break it up. And then retaining that kind of balcony element without the roof on it also kind of helps, I think, break up how horizontal that addition is incrementally.
So, Mr. Hodges, while you're at the lectern, so the other facades have those paired windows. In fact, one of them has a triple window.
Yeah, so you see paired windows on
Mhm.
that rear mission elevation. You do have a triplet of the arch windows. Again, more paired here.
There's a triple again. So it wouldn't be out of character to introduce a double or triple window where they're proposing
Oh, yeah,
single.
there is a triple.
I think it would really help the balance in that solid to void. All right, could we see your conditions as well? So, Mr. Murphy, for condition number 5, where staff is recommending the paired windows, do you like the retention of that condition, or would you rather see it labeled as, refined fenestration articulation on that facade to be reviewed by staff? And allow them more, because you mentioned maybe like a 3, instead of like a paired, maybe it's 3.
Yes, I was reading that. Probably I was reading it wrong. That the number 5 was worded so that it was still up to the applicant, but I think it should be that the applicant install paired paired hung windows in lieu of the single hung windows, as opposed to not explore. It's not an option. I would say. Jordan, was the condition meant that it was going to be an option or no? Because of the bathroom locations, yep.
I mean,
The bathroom and walk-in closet.
but I think that the expression of that street-facing facade is really important.
Yeah,
And so however they accomplish that is okay with me, but I do feel like staff needs to review it.
Yeah.
And allowing them some leeway to figure out how to solve that with staff.
And also the 2 middle windows is the kitchen, right? I believe.
No.
No?
Was
Oh, it's the primary master bath.
It's the master.
It's the master bath.
Well, there is a design solution there, and I'm confident that the architect can work with staff to resolve it.
And what about the two new railings that were added in lieu of those windows? I mean, are we okay if they want to keep those or make them wider, or?
I think that that could fall under staff's purview to review. I mean, I do think it's more successful to have they're calling them balconettes, like just to take up some of the white space. I think it helps, but are there other ways to do it? Yes. And, you know, maybe that's part of it, but it doesn't resolve all of it.
Are you guys ready for a motion?
I think we're trying to define our conditions.
Okay.
So we were talking about condition number 5.
Right.
We had also previously discussed the balcony becoming uncovered, correct, as an additional condition? And then, is that it?
And the removal of the alcove.
Yes, so balcony becomes uncovered and removal of the alcove. So I think with that, we are ready for a condition, for a motion with conditions. Or any motion that someone wishes to make.
I can make a motion. I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number
2588.
which one are we at? 82? No, we moved.
2588.
This one right here.
HPB 2588, COA -000-385-2025, address 516 28th Street, for additions, alterations, and ad valorem tax exemption pre-construction in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretariat of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 9449 C3 of the City Zoning Land Development Regulations, and the additional criteria provided in 9449 C4. The conditions include the following: 7 conditions identified in the staff recommendation, with condition 5 being modified that the applicant shall install additional windows on the front facade of the 2-story addition, subject to the review and approval of staff, to minimize the extent of solid massing, subject to the review at permitting.
I think also Dr. Rosick had mentioned that condition number 3, that should be east instead of west.
That condition 3 shall be modified that the paired hung windows on the second floor of the addition's east elevation. Is that the correction?
Yes.
It's this opening. Oh, I'm sorry. Bottom image, top paired windows.
As labeled west elevation?
So that elevation. Sorry. And new condition 8 shall be that the motion is based on the window size. How do I reference the rendering versus the drawings that have the non-Juliet fake window railings? That the motion is based on the window ornamentation depicted in the applicant's presentation of the colored rendering. Condition 9, that the proposed that the proposed balcony located at the addition on the second floor shall not be roofed, and that the first floor alcove/niche shall be removed.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you. The motion carries. And so now we are going back to, I believe it's HPB 25-87 for 365 Plymouth.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cheyenne Sonnenberg. I have my master's in architecture, and I've been with the Rosicki High team for 5 years. This is 365 Plymouth Road. It's a continued case that you guys all saw last hearing, I think, except for Katie. So the changes, primarily since last hearing, there was a lot of discussion about the attached garage placement and how far we could push that back to alleviate it from the front facade. And also the previous application, we were asking to put the front door front facing and relocate it from the side entry. And with this application, we have moved it back to the side entry and pushed the garage back an additional 7'3". So now it's 17'3" from the front facade, which makes it 45'2" from a front yard setback. Again, this is a historically contributing primary structure in the Bel Air Historic District. Here's some photos of the existing condition, front facade. Here's the existing side entry, existing rear and side elevations, and some side yard photos. Here's our proposed site plan and zoning again. As you can see, the garage, one-story addition, we pushed it back an additional 7'3", so now we have 45'2", which is almost as far back as this lot is wide. And due to pushing that back, you'll see some of the massing of our addition shifted a little bit, and the rear wall pushed back an additional 2 feet so that we could push that garage back for you guys. We also altered the paver driveway and enlarged the curb cut that you'll see on our proposed site plan. And the front door relocated back to the side entrance. Existing floor plans. Here's our demo first floor plan, which primarily stayed the same. Proposed floor plans, the highlighted areas in yellow are what changed. You could see at the front entrance, you'll see door 1, the front door has been put back in its original location, and window U has restored to its archtop existing opening. We had a additional massing behind our garage last time that had a pool cabana, so we removed that and pushed it to the other side next to the pantry, so that we were able to push that garage back, again, an additional 7'3". And you'll see the garage walls and loggia just shifted slightly to help alleviate that pushback. And we also added a bathroom per the client's request on the second floor interior layout. These yellow highlights shifted a little bit, so don't mind that, but it was supposed to highlight window U, the original archtop window being restored, and the garage being pushed back. There was a question from staff and the conditions of what the window muttons looked like behind these awnings. So we included this picture on the side to reference. You'll see in this east elevation the restored front door and how that garage massing shifted back, and the pool bathroom door that was previously there is no longer, and the rear wall extended north 2 feet. So that garage is now set back 17'3" from the front facade. Here's the rear elevation. Minor changes here, just the living room wall shifted over, shortening the loggia a little bit, and that sliding door became a 2-panel instead of a 3-panel. West elevation, you'll see the pool bath cabana door added to this facade instead of the east facade, and that rear wall shifted back north 2 feet. The variance we're requesting again is 2'9" encroachment into the combined side yard setback. It's the same variance we were requesting last time. We believe this is a minor request, as we're asking for a single-story, single-car garage that is 10'10" exterior dimensions, so that's like 10 feet for interior garage. We believe that's a modest request, and you are still left with a 7-foot setback on that side yard, which is more than the minimum side yard. Here's our streetscape elevations. And the roof plan primarily stayed the same, just the massing shifted back. Window door schedule, materials stayed the same. And I'll let Russell take it from here. Thanks.
So I did discuss this, but I won't spend too much time, and if I'm short on time, we can end wherever the time limit stops me, as I describe. So there are many attached garages on this street. There are many attached garages that are proud of the primary facade. There are many attached garages that are less than the 10-foot recommended setback from the primary facade per the standards and requirements in historic districts for contributing structures. Garages are required to be 10-foot minimum setback. I think when that was written into the code, I think that minimum was intentional to represent where garages should be placed if they're to be considered for historic homes. Gone are the days that we have a horse and carriage. I'd like to encourage the board to think more current with the times. I'm not saying that it's not a preservation-based approach to have a detached garage. I think some clients have a specific interest and need to have a garage attached to the home, specifically when there's little ones involved, especially going in and out of the home, having security, being able to pull into a garage, especially being single car, driveway maintaining its historic position. I personally went through the neighborhood. I know this block well. I know the block north of it well. You're seeing photos of other homes, both contributing and not, that have garages. And some are hidden by a fence, so you may drive by and not realize that there's a garage behind them, but there is. Some have a carport layered into a garage. Some just have a garage. Some have setbacks that are on the lot line with the attached garage. Our request for the variance is consistent with a lot of these setbacks. Some have 2-car garages that are, again, proud of primary facades. What we're asking for, I think, is consistent with the neighborhood. This picture at the top left won the Historic Preservation Award by this city. And I think there are a few board members familiar with this project. This has a garage that's actually beyond the line of the primary facade. I would just like to say a garage being attached to the home in today's day and age is a necessity to me, and I don't think in this proposal it's a subtraction from the home. We have beautiful renderings which show very good buffering. I think the home looks gorgeous, and I hope you think the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the staff report?
Thank you again, Jordan Hodges, City Preservation Planner for the record. All right, so this is, again, this was heard at the December meeting and continued. It is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for additions, alterations, and a single variance. I will note that between December and January, the applicants have submitted a historic preservation ad valorem tax exemption. This is a good project for that, as they are adding significant square footage, and that's generally where applicants see the best return. But just for location, the site is 2 residential blocks in from the South Dixie Highway commercial corridor. I believe also 2 houses west of the property we saw earlier this evening. Again, the existing Mission Revival structure, we went over at December's meeting quite a bit about Mission Revival structures and the characteristics of Mission Revival structures as they sit on Plymouth Road, right? So lots of 1- and 2-story buildings, lots of times with this kind of forward, kind of articulated, enclosed entry porch with a side entry. And we did, I believe, establish that the side entry was certainly a character-defining feature amongst Plymouth Road. Again, so you see that side entry to the left and then photos of the rear. Okay, so for the current site plan, and Cheyenne did a great job at explaining the changes. So one of the bigger changes is the expansion of the curb cut and the addition of the new paver block parking pad in the front. Staff has added conditions of approval should the application be approved regarding those front yard modifications. But in addition to that, the garage structure that requires the variance was set back an additional 7 feet from the facade. But the variance amount, the 2'9" encroachment into the 10-foot cumulative side yard setback remains exactly the same intrusion, just shifted further back on the lot. Again, we have the revised elevations. You see the maintaining of the front 3 arches and the garage. Again, minor changes to the rear, to the side elevations, and you see the garage elevation. So if we flip to this drawing, you see the December iteration on top, the January at the bottom, and then that small kind of hyphen-esque massing element with the door removed in order to push that garage back. And again, the variance diagrams, same amount as last month, just pushed further back on the lot. So as far as the Certificate of Appropriateness Code sections, staff looked at the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation as well as the additional criteria for additions and alterations. Staff found the application generally compliant. Staff is generally very in favor of the design, aside for compliance with Standard 3, which instructs us to generally avoid a false sense of history. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historic development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements for other buildings, shall not be undertaken. So staff generally believes that the proposed second-story additions do not introduce conjectural features or elements that would create false historical development. Overall, the living space additions and exterior alterations are largely appropriate, complementary of the home's architectural style, and generally visually compatible with the surrounding properties and the streetscape. But the inclusion of an attached, fully enclosed, forward-facing garage is atypical for Mission Revival residences along Plymouth Road and may create a misleading sense of historical development. Garages from this period were typically single-bay detached structures located to the rear of the lot or pushed back in the lot. This development pattern is identifiable along Plymouth Road and surrounding properties. Staff notes that the January resubmittal does relocate the garage additionally back on the lot, which certainly helps, right? Like it gives you additional break from the front facade. So it's going to be set back approximately 46 feet from the front property line. By comparison, the historic front facade is set back about 28 feet. And while staff finds these increased setbacks improve the overall design and enhance compatibility with the surrounding structures, it does not fully satisfy criteria 3. Staff was able to locate a property card, which is included in this slide, for 365 Plymouth Road, which identifies that a single-bay detached garage historically existed in the northeast corner of the parcel and was demolished in 1957. So there are houses with garages on Plymouth and Pilgrim. Again, the majority of them are from the post-war period, right? There are a lot of detached garage structures that are pushed back in the rear. A lot of them aren't necessarily used as garages today. They've been converted to studios, additional living space. But it's just a rare configuration for a Mission Revival structure to have an attached garage to the side in this neighborhood. So staff does identify some forward-facing garages. I know the property in the corner at 301 Plymouth Road was mentioned, but that, where it's situated, is the back of that parcel. It does front Plymouth Road, but it is to the rear. The board has approved some more recent new constructions directly across the street that does have kind of integral forward-facing garages that were not introduced by me at last month, and that was an oversight. So they are identified here. As far as the variance criteria, staff's position has really not changed from last month. The variance amounts are the same amounts, and they are located, just shoved back a little bit further to the lot. Staff finds compliance issues with criterion A, B, D, and E. I'm happy to go through those and read those into the record if you would like, but they are fully detailed in your staff reports. But again, staff's recommendation, staff is recommending denial of the variance. Staff is recommending a continuance of the certificate of appropriateness. But if the board would like to approve the variance and finds the garage in keeping with Secretary of Interior Standard 3, staff has included conditions of approval. Okay, that's all of staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I have a question for the applicant.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to an earlier application, the current condition has a kind of a front porch or a stoop, 2 steps up, enter the door. Are you proposing, I see that you are proposing that elimination and that the door is at grade or there's 1 step. Is there any lowering of that door and all of the windows?
There's no lowering of the door or any of the windows.
So you're resolving this through additional grading, including the garage level?
That would be correct. I think
Great.
there's an appropriateness, at least that we have considered, that helps to remove a step to make it easier to get into the side entry door. Yes.
You're filling the front yard area?
With approximately 8 inches, yes.
On your interior floor plan with that in mind, is the garage open to the dining room, or is that just an unrendered wall?
This one? Oh, here?
Like, is it one space?
I'm sorry, I'd love to answer your question. The garage is not contiguous with the house, if that's the question. I don't know how it's being depicted here.
Is there a wall that separates the dining room from the garage?
Oh, yes, that's the existing.
Not a stair?
No, that's the existing original historic, let's say, wall of the east facade.
Great.
The hatched walls are the proposed, correct?
That's correct.
That's a good answer. I'm sorry, I think that's my questions for him. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I have two hopefully easy ones. Sliders on the house. This is a question more for staff. We haven't typically approved a lot of sliders on this style of house. What was the reasoning for, I see you have no condition relative to it. It seems like you're in favor of the sliders. I just wanted to bring that up. The board typically hasn't allowed sliders on this style, so I just wanted to.
I think there were comments made about that at initial submittal.
Okay.
To change those to French doors. That might be oversight.
Okay, thank you. And then the second one for staff or the applicant, that window U, which is the arch top at the, what I believe we're saying was like a porch at one point, the mutton configuration on that, were there any alternatives? I know that there was a diagram that one of the women from your office showed, and the kind of top light division is unusual. I was just wondering if there were any other alternates that were considered that were perhaps more based in historic precedent. Yeah. So you see how that.
I do. I think I'm agreeing with where your question is going. I would agree a tombstone mutton pattern is probably not the most historically accurate for a mission. I think I would do a sunburst pattern.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was it for me. All right, with no other questions from the board.
I'm sorry, I just remember my last question. Describe the garage door proposed, materials and operation. Or let me rephrase. Would your client be amenable to not an overhead garage door, but swing doors, and those doors being made of wood?
I would say yes, they would. To encourage the carriage style, I would agree with that. Initially intended to be a wood-clad appearance with the carriage.
And it's an overhead door now?
It is an overhead door, but I think they would be quite satisfied with that, yes.
I have a question for the applicant. Of the garage door examples in the neighborhood, And actually, throughout the other ones, well, the garage examples, do you know which of those are on 50-foot wide lots?
I would say the one you're looking at, the lower right, is likely a 50-foot wide lot with a reduced setback in comparison, this being 353 Pilgrim. I can tell you this is a little bit larger. I believe this is a 60-foot wide lot that you're looking at here at 5105 South Olive. This is in the district. This was not circled on one of the other illustrations prepared by staff. But this has a garage attached to the home with a 0 lot line. This had previously been approved by staff for modifications and additions that were made to the property. This one is 349 Plymouth, I'd say, is another good example of a similar size lot with the garage with close proximity, with the fence that hides it. A lot of people on this street, what I see too, is they put lattices, they put fences, they put things in front, so you may not at first notice it, but there is plenty. And there's not more than like 40 homes in this district, I would say, or 50 homes, let's say. I didn't count them exactly, but I'm just guessing. And I can say that more than 10% have attached garages, whether they be contributing or not. And I know the fact is mission style, Spanish missions attached garages weren't standard practice, and I understand that. But there are a lot of good historic representations, even in our precedents. And I use the 2024 Historic Preservation Award for prime example.
And that image that you keep referring to, that was already present on the structure, correct? That was part of the historic contributing house. It wasn't an addition like.
Oh, I know, but I'm making the statement that that's a characteristic of the community at large and mission styles, but it wasn't a need for every family at that time, Ms. Kellogg. I think people's families have different needs across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then staff, I think because we keep circling this, could we have a reminder of the context of surrounding properties that our board is meant to consider? Thank you.
So the images of surrounding properties, that is in the attachments to the staff report, but the surrounding properties, it would be the surrounding contributing historic resources on either side of the building and across the street.
And either side, Mr. Mendez, this was part of when Aaron was a consultant. What was the formal definition of the number that we were supposed to be considering? So really immediate adjacency. Thank you. Other questions by the board before we move to public comment? Okay, thank you. Public comment on this case? All right. Have you prepared a comment? The comment cards, if just after you speak, if you'll fill a comment card and give it to the board secretary.
Hi. Many thanks to the board for your dedication and thoughtful feedback on our home project.
And I know that it's your home, but if you could state your name for the record.
Yep, I'm Marissa Lanteri. And thank you to staff, especially to Jordan, who has also been instrumental in our project and helped us throughout this process. I've owned and lived at 365 for 10 years. During that time, I was given approval to put in a pool, equipment, generator, and backyard landscaping. Now married and expecting our first child any day, my husband and I feel we've approached this renovation project of our 100-year-old home as the board has asked. Our architect team shares our vision and created a beautiful plan with historic preservation at the forefront. We've spent over 6 months on the application and kindly ask for an approval with conditions tonight so we can move forward. We've considered the board and staff's feedback and amended our plans accordingly. While a forward-facing entryway would have provided better access to our elderly parents and guests, we understand your point in keeping the flow other historic homes and have altered these plans. In the matter of the variance and attached garage, I am asking for your understanding with our thought process and concern. As was asked, we were unable to move the garage back any further. This was due to the fact that we had already put in pool equipment, a generator, and underground pipes just beyond what had been previously mentioned. We've worked with our architects and altered the garage design based upon your feedback, but to still allow for a 2026 sized vehicle. As proposed, it would permit access to open our car door, remove our daughter from her car seat, unload groceries, deal with inclement weather, and be a safety barrier as our street traffic in our home is to and from Dixie Highway. Lastly, as presented, several homes in our historic district, and more specifically contributing homes on Plymouth, have attached garages that blend in beautifully with our historic neighborhood, and we would really appreciate your approval this evening. Thank you again for your considerations.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment for this case? Okay, since that was your client, I don't know that you need a rebuttal. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to make another statement, just for consideration by the board. Obviously, my client would prefer an enclosed garage as designed. We've considered, we offered an alternative to a slatted wood or latticed front-facing enclosure that still allows it to be enclosed, but meet the criteria contained as a lattice. The lattice could be a carriage lattice. This garage could in fact be considered as a carport if, I would say, second to a denial. I'd prefer that rather than the board considering a denial. If both the front and the right side or east side were latticed, I think she could still obtain security, she could still obtain coverage, but she would have obviously not a fully enclosed garage at this point, but I just wanted to mention it out loud for the board to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving into executive session.
Was there any feedback last month from the neighbors were encroaching? Is there any pushback from there? Nothing.
I think that's a question for staff.
I just don't remember. Nothing. Okay.
Well, I do think we should start with the variance.
I think we should probably even maybe just start with a straw poll on the variance. I think that's, is the variance of 5 a supermajority by this board? No, 4? That'll save us a lot of time.
Yeah. So it's a 2'9" variance request for a front-loading garage. Is that how we want to do it? Take a poll? So we've never done that before, so I can do that. We'll just.
It would probably be better if you just voted.
Okay. All right, so we won't do that.
Well, I can start.
Okay.
I'm probably going to be the outlier here. As last month, liked the project and I liked the design of the garage as a one-story independent structure. Independent, I mean that there's no living space above it. And I do believe that inherently there are hardships with landmark historic buildings that should be considered and incorporated into criteria that often is not, including this city's. I, for one, am not sure if the garage is pushed back enough for my taste. I know that I challenged them last time to push it back, and I'm glad that we managed to retain the side-loaded entry feature. I think that was a success. So I don't think anyone will be happy with where I would want the garage. But I am not averse to the 2.5-foot 2'9" setback for the garage, but would want it further pushed back. I also would want it to be wood, and I would want it to be swing doors. That's kind of where I stand.
I think it would be helpful if someone else could weigh in as well, so we can move towards a motion.
No, I think I'm in general agreement with Mr. Murphy's comments. I think but I would say I think the project is nice. Like in isolation, the project's nice. The design solution is nice. I'm actually not. You know, I think they push it back. It could go back. It could always go back further. I could see like a front yard gate situation in front of that, helping break that down like other houses in the neighborhood. My main concern with approving the variance is a cascade effect on similar lots where all of a sudden we're going to get everybody wanting an attached garage on 50-foot lots.
Yeah, I
so
agree.
you know, it's the kind of thing. It's like, oh, you know, close the door behind you, kind of thing. I'm very, and I believe my comments last hearing was like, I get it. I very much get this. It's more of, is this granting special privileges that would be denied other applicants? And that was actually one of the variance criteria that was really not brought up. But I think that's really, I think they've got the minimum that they need. It's more of the special privileges that would be hard to deny subsequent applicants.
Jordan, could you bring up the variance criteria since Caleb's talking about it? Caleb, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just thought it would be helpful to have that.
I was done.
And I can read off whatever criteria you'd like, or I can go through staff's current responses.
Would that be helpful to help us come to a conclusion here? Okay, I'm getting some nods, so yes, if we could do that.
Okay. So staff found criterion A, special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved, which are also not applicable to other lands, structures, or buildings in the same zoning district. Staff's findings were that the subject parcel is a standard 50 by 120 lot within the Bel Air subdivision. The existing historic development on the property also complies with current zoning standards. Staff finds no special conditions or circumstances associated with the property that are also not present or imposed on other parcels within the surrounding district. Existing historic development on a parcel within a historic district is not peculiar. Item B, that special conditions and circumstances do not result from an action of the applicant. Staff has that staff does not identify unique conditions or circumstances at the property. While the proposed placement of the new garage is convenient and consistent with contemporary home design and use, its location is not restricted to the currently proposed site. The existing development on the site, the existing development on the site is compliant with current zoning requirements, and a zoning compliant garage could be positioned elsewhere on the property. Criterion D, literal interpretation. So the literal interpretation of the provisions of the regulations of this chapter would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district and would work unnecessarily and undue hardship on the applicant. Staff has that a literal interpretation of the zoning provisions would not deny the applicant rights available to other properties. Most homes with garages along Plymouth Road feature detached garages, typically toward the rear of the lot. the applicant could construct a detached garage in a similar configuration utilizing decreased accessory structure setbacks without requiring variance relief. And then condition E, criterion E, the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, structure, or building. Findings is that a garage is a reasonable accessory use for a single-family home. A garage could be constructed on this property in a location that complies with zoning requirements without the need for a variance. Staff does note that the requested variance is likely the minimum amount needed to construct a garage in its current location. But I will reiterate, as was stated earlier, the variance that is being requested is also in the cumulative side setback, not the minimum.
Thank you, that was helpful. All right, so in an effort to try to move the conversation along, based off of what Jordan said, and again, Jordan, thank you very much, that was helpful. I don't really have a problem with the attached garage if it's pushed back far enough, like Mr. Murphy was saying. I think the things that Mr. Hodges just spoke of in regards to a variance and what this board requires to grant variances hold true. I think the only one that there might be a little bit of conversation over was, what was that, D or E, about the minimum that was required, but I think that the others still hold true. So is there sufficient evidence that they've met the other criteria for the granting of the variance? And I think we need to just decide that so we can move the project along. Okay, I think we've gotten a lot of information. If our city attorney thinks it's appropriate, would it be all right for someone to try a motion related to the variance? And then, okay, so I think someone needs to make a motion relative only to the variance, and then we can vote on it that way and move ahead. Because I think we're all at a bit of a standstill, and I'm trying to make some progress.
So let me ask you a question for Jordan. So you are saying that the cumulative setback is 15 feet, right? Because it's 10 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other side, or a cumulative of 10 feet? No, sorry, let me rephrase. The minimum setback is 5 feet, right?
Yes.
And the cumulative setback
is 15 total.
15 total.
Correct. And so on this property, because there's existing development, you know, if it were an empty lot, right? You could pick, right? 5 feet on one side, 10 on the other, or
9.
Whatever sliding scale you'd like. So this property already has an established west setback at 5 feet, right? So it compels the full 10.
So the 7.3 that is the proposed setback is larger than the minimum setback, but the cumulative is not complying.
Yes.
Thank you. So after I said that, I also wanted to say that, you know, even though the project is a nice project, the front facade is being respected, but the side facades and the rear is a completely new home. Right, so the extent of all the demolition, the windows is really extensive. I remember that we have not approved projects that had such an extensive demolition of existing windows. And when you look at the house from the sides, from the rear, it's not longer recognizable. I don't know if that is important for the rest of the board or not.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
I do need to interject for a second. You were correct. There is a majority 5 vote for variance. I wanted to read the section, but there is the same number of votes from required to decide in favor of applicant. It needs to be 5 members of the board.
Okay. Thank you. Would anyone else like to weigh in, or can we have someone make a motion relative to the variance? We can discuss the certificate of appropriateness following that.
Can I just get a clarification on just one thing? I'm in agreement with a lot of what we're saying, but the point of clarification to me would be, what is an appropriate, I think Mr. Murphy, what is appropriate setback for that garage? Is that an extra 10 feet, 5 feet? I just want to get a little reference on how far back would that garage be that's appropriate and acceptable that you're thinking?
10 feet.
That is established by planning for the ZLDRs.
That's right. And there is a entire new second floor addition, footprint, first floor and second floor.
Right.
So one could argue that it's less impactful to the historic structure if it's not touching the historic structure, if it's fully part of the second and first floor new construction, completely not affecting the landmark building because it's not touching the side of it. But that's pushing it back an additional 17 feet. If you're following what I'm saying, the floor plan.
Yeah, I'm following what you're saying. I think for me, it's still coming back to like the variance part of the conversation.
I understand. I think it's very significant that this board, the Historic Preservation Board, grants variances. And it's not goes to another board. It's not a board of adjustment. And I think with that, and with our Secretary of Interior standards and our expertise, I think that's a power that we should use when it's appropriate. And if just because this project gets approved or denied doesn't mean the next one. It doesn't establish precedent of variance. Every one has to be reviewed on its own merit. How it integrates with the site and handles the historic resources on site.
Well said.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have a quick question. Jordan, would this still need a variance if they changed it to a porte cochere on the side and it wasn't an enclosed garage?
It would, yeah. Any horizontal members that's supporting a roof structure would. Yeah.
So this is really about the variance then. And I do agree with James.
I think we need to take a vote on the variance.
Sure.
And I can't make a motion. So I need someone. Okay.
Not to make the motion more difficult, but if somebody is going to vote, if the motion is to support the variance, then the person making the motion is going to need to address the portions of the variance that staff variance request. You're going to have to address the portions of the variance request that staff found did not meet the variance criteria. And you're going to have to provide answers.
Would it be punting if I were to make a motion to continue the application for 1 month with a plan of pushing back the garage 15 more feet?
I think they said they can't push it back because she's got like.
No, she did say that, but I think she was inferring that they can't put it as a detached structure because that's where the generator and plumbing is located.
Right, because that site plan is right there, which shows the generator and all of that existing equipment.
But actually, Melissa, I think if I made that motion, that implies and then it would be approved.
By the way, the recommendation from staff is to continue the case, right? If we don't approve the variance. Because
continue the case,
you
deny the
cannot
variance.
We don't want to deny the case, right? So.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, and I just want to give clarity in terms of what the board will or will not look favorably upon. It seems like we still are pretty split on this variance and that it ties back to how it's designed. And I think that's how we're getting tied up in it.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to tell the applicant, like, come back next month.
If the board feels, if the chair and the rest of the board
Yeah.
feel they're not, that this is not a vote that they feel prepared to take tonight, including the variance, you can continue the whole matter.
Okay.
What's going to
It-
change, though?
It
Nothing's
seems
gonna
like that's
change.
what the board wants to do, right, Gerald? That's what you're saying.
But this is the second time.
Right.
So you're going to have to make decisions.
Yes, we will have to resolve this next month if we continue the case.
Can I ask a question? If it became a portico share, would the board be in favor of giving a variance in that instance? Like, is it the variance that we find offensive, or is it the fact that it's an attached garage?
I actually think that the portico share is much more in keeping with this stylistically, right? And I think it complies more with the variance requirements. I mean, I don't know what staff thinks, and I think we'd all like to see a revision, but if we lessen the walls, like the applicant suggested in his rebuttal, right? Like if we open that up more and create a carport, maybe or something similar to that,
Yeah.
then maybe that's more of a happy medium. Maybe that's more cohesive with the pattern of development that you would see, because typically if we express it as a portico share, and those are prevalent on Plymouth Road as well, you would drive through that portico share and then you'd have a garage at the back, right? So I think maybe that's the direction that we want to head in.
So maybe we can propose that and vote on that tonight, and that way.
I think that we just need to give the direction that we would like to see it expressed more as a portico share.
Yep.
That it seems like, I'm just trying to get a read so again we can move things forward. It seems like the board may be open to the variance if it's expressed more as a portico share.
Agreed.
Okay, I mean, a lot of nods. Are we comfortable with making a motion? Is staff comfortable with us making a motion to continue with that direction?
Yes, but does nobody want to attempt the variance so that they could at least have an idea of
I will.
who's in favor?
I'll attempt one.
Right.
Oh.
Right. If it's denied, it's denied.
Well, I'm going to try a motion to approve the variance as proposed with conditions.
I don't want to stop you from making a vote because I've been asking people to make a vote related to the variance, but I am currently not in favor of the variance. I would need to see a design change related to what we're talking about to be in a position to perhaps change my opinion on that.
I missed all that because
so the-
Steve is giving me a new mic.
This is where I was going with the straw poll. If there's not 5 ayes, then I won't bother making the motion.
Do they need to
Okay,
come
go
back?
ahead. Do
Wait,
a straw poll.
I
they
mean,
need to
whose
come back
votes?
With the revised drawings, or would you be
Yes.
okay with it
Because-
approved at the staff level? With the understanding that it needs to be a portico share. I'm just thinking because she's pregnant, and I
We feel for that. That you're saying that Mr. Murphy could make a motion to approve the variance. If that passes, you could ask staff to approve it with staff to resolve basically what we've been discussing.
right, like we would suggest approving the variance with the understanding that it's going to be not a garage, but a portico share, with staff's input on and final approval on design, and maybe like your input with the staff, like so they don't have to wait a whole nother month and represent at the board meeting.
Jordan,
Sounds like we're throwing it back to staff.
So my motion is not going to be that it incorporate what did you call it, a loggia? I was going to approve it as designed as a garage is a garage is a garage.
Okay.
I'm going to want it with swing doors, wood, and I want it pushed back further. That's going to be my motion, and I hate to diverge from the chair, but that is going to be my motion to approve. And
Can you attach conditions to a variance like that?
No.
Right, so I think that's why
I
we
mean,
have.
well, the variance application came in as they wrote it, and that's what they're asking for. The thing that I'm concerned about is if you vote to approve it, James, you're going to have to articulate the reasons that you're supporting it. I know you can do that. Is the door, the change to the door, but the change to the doors doesn't have anything to do with the variance, it's just design, right? I mean, does that have to do with the variance?
I think that has to do with the COA.
I mean, the text of the variance here
I mean, the variance is...
The variance is the dimensional standard.
Right, the variance is dimensional. So if you want some design changes, if you want to suggest design changes along with the approval of the variance, I think that's okay.
And speaking of the point of the dimensional standards, whether or not it's let's say, I don't think it's going to change from whatever encroaching 2 foot 9 inches, whether or not it's, 10 feet forward or 10 feet back. So maybe we can append the conditions to the COA application.
Yeah.
So make a motion on just the 2 foot, make a motion on the 2 foot 9 variance.
But the language that in your package says, read this part if conditions are imposed.
Oh, well.
For the variance, I'm sorry.
Well, if the variance is approved, then they have the staff conditions, and then maybe we can append the additional conditions.
Another thought here is that the applicant is applying for tax exemptions. So you are going to propose to approve a variance that is coming with tax exemptions,
Well, I think staff
which
is only
is
saying
problematic.
apply these conditions if the variance passed, and then you got to the other portion of the application, the COA application. Right? Jordan?
I'm sorry? Staff's conditions of approval?
Right, that doesn't relate to the variance, that relates
In regard to the certificate of appropriateness?
once you get past the variance.
Sure, yeah.
Right, so,
It's subsequent.
right. But you could suggest that if the variance passes, they, put on a different kind of door. I don't think that's fatal to the variance.
I move that Historic Preservation Board grant HPB Case 2587V, a request by Dr. Russell Rosicki of Design R Architects FL LLP on behalf of Melissa Lantern for the construction of a new single-story garage addition requiring a variance from Section 9481B2E1 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, 9438D6 of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations have been met. Melissa, do I go back and identify how they're met?
Yes, well, the ones that staff identified as not being met should be the ones that you will articulate are met.
The variance criteria A, the particular to the land, structure, or building, it does comply since the variance is based on the existing non-conforming. It is peculiar to the land, structure, or building, specifically the landmark building, as the building is sited in such a way that the proposed attachment complies.
Okay.
Second.
I didn't finish. That the literal interpretation of the zoning complies. that the minimum request, the design has been configured with the minimum variance required to install and attach the garage complies. In addition, the granting of the variance is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. 1, that the variance shall apply only to the single-story garage addition, which it does. And Melissa, this is where I was going to add 2, that the single-story garage addition be pushed back an additional 7 feet. 3, that the proposed garage doors be made out of wood and swing outwardly. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. I think we had a, Gerald, do you want to second it?
Second that, yes.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Let's have a count. It's got to be 5.
Yep. Okay, so all those, yep.
5.
All right, and all those opposed? All right, and the motion carries, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So for
the
clarity,
COA now.
the conditions that James requested are attached to that variance.
Now I make the motion for the Historic Preservation Board approve application number, I'm sorry,
2587.
thank you, 2587 for additions, alterations, and ad valorem tax exemption in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following conditions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, 9 and 10, the additional compatibility criteria, and land development regulations. The conditions include the following 8 conditions identified in the staff report, as well as condition 9, that the footprint of the proposed single-story garage be pushed back an additional 7 foot away from the street, and that the material of the proposed garage door be of wood, and that the that was 9, 10, condition 11, that the proposed overhead door not be approved, but the doors be swing in operation.
Can we get the slider?
And condition 12, that the proposed sliders along the facades shall not be approved as proposed, but replaced with French doors.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Sunburst, starburst?
Window D, U, and E shall feature sunburst muttons.
Correct. Sunburst, right.
The mutton configuration, next condition 13, 12, that the proposed arched window mutton configuration shall not be approved as proposed, but shall be replaced with a sunburst pattern.
Thank you. Okay, now we have a full motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right.
No.
Do we need Gabe to state why he's opposed?
Well,
Or
I
is it just
I
a
don't
recognition of
agree on this on the variance, and I express my concerns about the project in its entirety.
Thank you. All right. You are approved with conditions, and thank you, everyone, for bearing with us as we work through that.
Get a slow clap.
All right, we are moving on to our next case.
That was a marathon. My God.
All right, our next case is case HPB 25-94 501 Claremore Drive. We are in luck. We have more variances we will be looking into. HPV 25-94V and HPV 25-94V2. Could I also ask the board secretary, while the room is getting reconfigured, I think we need a new swearing in of speakers. There's
Yeah,
been
that's
people who
what
have
I-
come in that will be speaking on this case. Okay, so I know there's a little bit of chatter. If we could just, we're going to keep things moving since we have a long agenda. For all of you who wish to speak on a case this evening who have not already been sworn in, I know there's a lot of Roger, you, and some other people from the Daily Jansen team need to stand up. Please stand up and raise your hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Okay, good evening. I'm Roger Jansen with Daily Jansen Architects, here on behalf of both ourselves as the applicant to present to you a project on a vacant lot in the neighborhood, Flamingo Park. I'm here tonight with Patrick Mayfield, architect from our office, and John Schmidt and Cameron Baker of Schmidt Nichols will be presenting to you the site planning and landscape architecture. Just as a quick background, I'm principal at Daily Jansen Architects. We've been practicing here for, gosh, a long time, since 1990. I was born and raised in Northwood. My wife and I bought a house in Flamingo Park in 1994, so this is dear to our hearts, so we hope that you agree with what we're proposing to do. We've been practicing architecture on Clematis for the past 15 years above the CVS across the street. Prior to that, we were on the Villages, so it's really refreshing to get into a historic building. And about 10 years ago, we found this property, and we've been using it for our storage. You know there's a small little concrete bunker on the property, so we've been kicking this around for a long time. Talked with many different staff members over the last 10 years, and so thanks again to staff for holding our hands and guiding us through this process. We've started with John Roach back when the entire Railroad Transition District was formulated. Spent a lot of time with him then, but here we are. So we finally came to terms with the design. Very quickly, we feel we've gone through a lot of the criteria of the district. I'm just going to go run through some stuff, but what I'll do is just go ahead and start with the site plan and photos. I'm guessing you guys are familiar with this property. It's just on the west side of the railroad tracks on Claremore to the west of the Green School. I spent a lot of time studying the neighborhood and the buildings around, what's existing, what's been renovated, and what's been approved and proposed near us to the north as well. So we're the red outline. That's about a half acre. And going through the RTD opportunities, we felt it'd be very interesting for us to not only have our offices there, but take advantage of the mixed use. So we're offering 3 residences on the second floor in addition to the ground floor offices, which will comprise our office space, and hopefully a little extra left over to lease to another occupant. In terms of the general massing, you can see the aerial here where my cursor is with a white and green roof, which is the proposed structure. In studying the context of the historical development here, we've situated the building adjacent to the railroad tracks. As you see, all the other industrial commercial projects and buildings that exist here and all along railroad tracks is where the buildings are set to the railroad tracks. We therefore have our required parking to the west of that building, which offers a nice transition and open air space to the adjacent single-family components. This rendering here is depicting above where my cursor is a project that was approved by this board for the Green School. That's an enclosed racket facility. It's fully approved, over 40 feet in height. The Green School structures adjacent to us in Claremore are around 40 feet in height. We looked at the Jack the Bikeman building, which is catty corner to us in terms of massing, and it is about, when I get to the elevations, a similar height to the majority of our building as well. So we're trying to be considerate to the massing of the structure, both in use and the transition to the neighborhood. These are a series of single-family homes adjacent, but let me go ahead and get to the bottom right is sort of depicting the vacant land where this project is proposed. Adjacent homes of a variety of styles. The upper left is what I was referring to as the Jack the Bikeman building, which suffered some fire damage recently, but hopefully will get renovated soon. And then down to the bottom right is the tallest structure at the Green School, the 3-story structure there. And then a multiple series of other buildings. A lot of other inspiration that we were drawn to in the neighborhood was not only this industrial commercial architecture along the railroad tracks on the east side of Flamingo Park, but on the west side, the Armory Arts Center and some of the influences of the Deco and Moderne, which you'll see in our proposal here. And seeing that this is acting as a partial, here's some of the photos from the Armory Arts Center. So you'll see some of these components depicted in our proposal with the vertical piers that are expressing the structure of the building, along with the fenestration of the black metal steel windows and doors. The images here are the project that was approved just to the north of our property, running from the dead end of Biscayne up north to Flamingo. That is the 40-foot tall enclosed tennis facility for the Green School. Obviously not built yet, but it is approved as such. The upper right here is showing the existing concrete bunker that we're proposing to demolish. We've been using that as storage over the last 10 years. A relatively vacant site, a dying ficus tree that we will remove. The bottom right is a view heading towards the east. Again, to the right is the Jack the Bike Man building. So the general disposition of the footprint in white, what you see is what I explained previously, where we'll have storefront exposed to the sidewalk in the street. We intend to come into the parking lot on the west side, enter through an interior courtyard, which will allow us access into the office spaces around the rear, and then some leasable space towards the street, which will have more prominent exposure that we do not need ourselves. We will have a sliding gate that's set back in the landscape islands, about 2 spaces back in, to allow security for the residences on the second floor. And there are, we'll discuss later, the couple of the variance waiver items relative to that are in red here, and I'll have John Schmidt or Cameron explain that to you all. This is just depicting the ground level office space and the colored areas and the white open air courtyard that's open to the sky at the center of the building. These colors depict the second floor, which are the 3 residences of varying sizes there. In addition, when we get to the elevations, each residence has a 2-story living space with a loft and access to some roof terraces that we're proposing. I'm going to offer some concepts to that based on some of the staff report with some concerns about massing and scale, but keep that in mind because we're going to propose to you, pass out an alternative to that design. So again, the facade is predominantly of the large ground level office space with larger high ceilings, which are typical of a lot of the warehouse structures in the district, and then the upper second level residences with the center portion at each facade on both. This is the south entrance facade here above that has this section that pops up in the middle to give a little hierarchy and variation in the facade by having those units have that 2-story living space at the center. And then the lower elevation is the railroad track east elevation, again with a similar composition and massing described on the south facade. And then the top is the north elevation, and the west elevation is here at the bottom. So again, this would be a rendered view of the view from Claremore if you were standing over at the track house facility looking towards the northeast. So you can see the canopies at the front door, glazing on the ground level into the office space, and then the second-story units with a balcony on both the south side and the east side at the railroad tracks and on the north side as well. And then this is a view from driving across the railroad tracks on Claremore, looking to the railroad track east facade of the building. As a component of the Arts in Public Places, we're proposing a mural that will be on the railroad track side of the building. Whether this is the final rendition or not, but we thought it would be interesting as an entrance into Flamingo Park to relate to the imagery there. And then this is back to that aerial we described earlier that depicts the massing components of the clear story components of the residences and the open roof terraces on the corner of the structure. This one versus the one I showed you previously shows the existing Quonset hut to the north of our property that is proposed to be demolished and replaced with open racket courts. And then the structure of the new building starts beyond that. These are line drawings of what we just described. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and conclude my description and turn it over. But let me just to close very quickly with a couple of parting thoughts. Like I said, thanks again to the staff for all the comments. We agree with all the conditions. I was a little surprised about the comments on the massing and the concern about some of those components, because I believe we've been working with staff for quite a while, and that's kind of the first we'd heard that specific comment. But we're willing to work with you on that, and we'll pass out one option would be to reduce those two-story volumes in the residences on the second floor, but still have a little articulation on the parapet to provide some interest and intrigue on those facades. And thanks to those of you on the ex parte communication, Mr. Murphy, you had the observation of possibly moving that storage service bay to the rear of the property, which does work out well, so we'd like to include that in the conditions. Beyond that, we did speak with the neighbors and some of the representatives from the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. Jim and Janine Pedersen, I believe, are here. He had some commentary on the site, and Fred spoke to Mr. Jeff Green about the project since he's a next-door neighbor. Yeah, and that's it. In conclusion, we're excited. I hope that you can appreciate what we're proposing, and we'd love to hear your commentary. Thanks.
Thank you. So that was the 10.
You're done.
That was the 10 minutes for the presentation.
Can we at least enter this to the record?
Sure.
Yeah. Is there a demolition because of the little hut? Okay, you get 5 more minutes.
Good evening, John Schmidt, agent for the applicant. We do have a request for 3 waivers. I think you'll find they're pretty minor. Waiver 1 is in this location right here. 0.8 feet of a island size here. You're required to have 8-foot islands. We just couldn't make it work with the row of parking in here, so it's a minor variance. The second variance, variance 2, are these 2 islands here. Those islands are put in place and not a full size to accept a security fence that goes across here. So we'd like to have security at night, and so we had to have a 20-foot throat. We couldn't put them up in the main island, so they got placed in this location. And again, based on space, we thought that parking was more of a priority, and so those are a reduced size. Variance number 3 was in the back, which is the loading size. We propose to use a regular parking space, 9 by 18.5 for our loading zone. We do have also, in addition to that, a turnaround space if you would get to the back of this. So I think these are all pretty minor. It's office use, so I think the loading is going to be, down to a dull roar, using vans and local sized vehicles. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but that's a brief overview of those.
Great, thank you. We'll do the staff presentation now, and then we'll ask the questions.
Great, thank you again, Jordan Hodges, preservation planner for the record. So this is a certificate of appropriateness for demolition, new construction, and 3 variances. Again, Roger's team did a great job outlining the site. So certificate of appropriateness for demolition of a non-contributing structure, construction of a mixed-use development containing residential and office uses, and 3 variances, 2 for landscape islands in the landscape code for the parking lot, and 1 for, again, that loading space requirement. So this is the existing parcel. That is the existing non-contributing resource that will be demolished as a part of the application. Okay, and then this is the, so it's not a zoning district you all get all the time. You're mostly in residential. So this is in the Railroad Transition District, and which this zone is intended to function kind of as a barrier between SF 14C2, which is the Flamingo Park residential zone, and the general commercial zone located to the east, which lines the Dixie Highway commercial corridor. The district's regulations are meant to serve as a bit of a buffer between the neighborhoods and the commercial uses, with a combination of mixed uses and residential development. So this project has been in internal review for a little bit now. The application was initially submitted for internal site plan review by the Plats and Plans Review Committee in December 2024. Those internal reviews include zoning, landscaping, engineering, stormwater, traffic, survey, as well as utilities. As a result of this review, changes have been made to the initial site plan as depicted on the screen. Some of those changes included removing of the proposed backout parking spaces, elimination of the second curb cut as required by code, which eliminated additional variances, including the number of vehicular access points, the separation of those access points, and kind of the overall configuration. So for the currently proposed site plan, it places the building far to the east, adjacent to the Florida East Coast Railway and away from the neighboring single-family neighborhood. The building is a courtyard-style structure with pedestrian access from the west and the south. The parking lot is sited again to the west with 4 visitor parking spaces located kind of on the southern portion of the lot outside of the gate, with kind of residential and employee parking behind a 6-foot-tall aluminum slide gate. The application also proposes a 6-foot-high white PVC vinyl fence along the west, north, and south property lines extending to the building's front facade. Mechanical equipment, including a generator and air conditioning condensing units, are placed in the northeast corner of the site. Additional mechanical equipment servicing the residential units is proposed within walled courtyards on the rooftop. In terms of the site data table, the application is compliant with the Railroad Transition District zoning. But again, it does require variances stemming from the parking lot configuration, and those are in the parking code and the landscape code. So we'll take a quick minute to look over the variances. Variance 1 is again for that terminal landscape island. Terminal landscape islands are required at the end of rows of parking at the terminus. And they're required to be 8 feet in width. And per the proposed application, the terminal landscape island identified in green measures 7.2 feet, requiring a variance of 0.8 feet. It's only needed on one side of that curb cut. On the kind of left side, I believe those are small car spaces, which they're permitted to have. On the right side, it is a small car and a regular car, which eats up a little bit of that landscape island. Variance number 2 is for an interior landscape island, and they are required to be 8 feet in width. I believe every 10 parking spaces, you're required to have an internal landscape island. Those are also required at 8 feet in width, and you can see identified in the variance diagram on blue. The applicant is proposing these at 3 foot wide, requiring a variance of 5 feet for the internal landscape island. Variance number 3 is for the size of the required loading zone. Again, the applicants are proposing an 8.5 by 18 loading space, identified in red, in lieu of the 10 by 25 foot space, requiring a variance of 1.5 feet by 7 feet. But as it was explained, it does have the back out space, the turnaround space across the aisle. As far as the elevations, the building does draw on inspiration from kind of early 20th century industrial warehouses. It's got a touch of Art Deco influence. The structure sits, the ground floor is, or the bottommost portion of the ground floor serves almost as a plinth. There's a lot of kind of obscurity with certain areas, certain bays of windows. And then upper floors kind of use a regularized rhythm of solids to voids. You also get some nice vertical elements with those kind of engaged pilasters that run up the building. So that it's organized in both vertical and horizontal articulation. The upper floors of the front facade employ a separate kind of massing articulation with a central bay extending vertically while the side bays step back. This design is capped by a decorative masonry parapet which also functions as a protective wall for the activation of the rooftop. And there you can see a rendering of that elevation. A nice awning structure providing a little bit of covered entry space for pedestrian entry off of Claremore. And then you see the streetscape elevation that was discussed earlier. Again, the building is shoved all the way to the east side of the parcel, providing a roughly 70-foot buffer where the parking lot is between the building and the neighboring single-family structures. East elevation, this would be fronting the railroad tracks. Very similar massing articulation. It's got the center, a nice hierarchy with the center portion being the tallest, the flanking sides stepping down with the continuation of the ribbons of windows. There is another rendering of this elevation. This would be the elevation that would get the mural that Roger introduced. Again, the west elevation, so this elevation fronts the parking area. Again, similar ribbons of windows, vertical and horizontal organization. The breezeway entry from the parking lot is provided here in the center of the ground floor. Here is a rendering from the, that'd be southwest corner, showing the entry to the parking area. This would be the north elevation, which is the rear elevation. Again, some more opacity on the kind of bottom floor that's kind of fronting the commercial uses to the rear. And then the aerial perspective. Again, this perspective shows the 3 pop-ups for the residential units, which would be on the north, east, and south, and then pop-up, I believe, for the commercial uses to the west. And also the layout of the parking lot. These are the building sections. The building is divided in kind of a unique way. It does have that open central courtyard. Let me find it here. So the sections show a building with 2 full floors with kind of double height ceilings and with either mezzanine or partial floor partitions. So for floor to ceiling heights, the ground floor to the mezzanine is 8 feet. From the mezzanine to the ceiling is 8 feet, so 16-foot floor to floor for the ground floor. The second floor, where the residential units begin, have ceilings ranging between 9 feet and about 20 feet 4 inches. And then the third partial floor is about 7 foot 10 floor to ceiling. For the variance criteria, staff did find that the application generally complied, that each request complied with the pertinent land development regulations. Again, these are not affecting the underlying zoning for the RTD. They are specific to landscape and parking. The certificate of appropriateness criteria. Staff found that the application was generally compliant, and staff generally favors the design, but staff does have some remaining concerns on the building height, and then the size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume, specifically kind of right abutting a single-family residential zoning district. And staff will kind of go through those based on the staff report. So building height, the height of a building at street level should be visually compatible with the height of surrounding buildings. Staff's findings were that the proposed building is partially compliant with this requirement. Commercial buildings located across Claremore Drive and to the east, including those across the railroad tracks, range in height from 1 story to approximately 40 feet, establishing a contextual precedent for commercial development at the proposed height. In contrast, adjacent resources to the west within the Flamingo Park Historic District are predominantly 1 and 2 story residential structures, generally measuring approximately 25 feet in height. The primary massing element of the proposed structure is approximately 30 feet 6 inches, with a parapet contributing additional perceived height from the street. The rooftop massing element extends to a maximum height of approximately 40. Staff has some remaining concerns regarding the overall height of the proposed building. Again, in relation to the smaller scale buildings in the residential district, the applicant has mitigated some of these concerns by locating the parking in the western portion of the site, again resulting in that 70-foot buffer setback. The proposed new construction is compliant with the underlying RTD zoning and required height restrictions. But staff does believe that there may be opportunities to lower the height of the structure to be more compatible with the residential structures to the west. In terms of size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume, the proposed new constructions, size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume are generally larger than the surrounding properties. But the subject parcel is also larger than the surrounding properties, which tends to lead to higher development potential. Staff's concerns, again, are primarily limited to compatibility with the single-family structures to the west. The subject parcel, again, is located in the RTD, which allows different zoning classifications and uses at different heights than the neighboring historic district. Again, the applicant has sought to minimize the height discrepancy by pulling massing away from the corners of the upper floors, which provide relief to the overall mass. The applicant has also pulled the building back that 70 feet from the residential, which far exceeds the code minimum of 10. Staff believes that there may be potential to limit additional height from the structure, which could also lead to an overall reduction in the proposed size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume. So staff is recommending a continuance of the certificate of appropriateness for demolition and new construction. Again, facing those visual compatibility concerns regarding the single-family structures immediately west, as outlined on pages 5 through 18 of the staff report. Should the board decide that the COA is compliant with all standards, staff has included conditions of approval. As far as the variance applications for the terminal landscape island, the interior landscape island, and the loading space requirement variance, staff and zoning staff is recommending approval for each of those variances. And I'd be happy to go through any of that criteria for any of the specific variances that you'd like. Okay. And that's all of staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
In your drawings, the railings are different in each one. So is it the Monstera design for the front, or in the staff report, they're like horizontal bars? And then that's my main question.
Well, thanks, Roger Jansen. Good question. Initially, on the first submittals, they were just the horizontal, more the deco railings. And as we were developing the concept of the art in public places with the mural, we were considering the laser cut vegetative panels versus the horizontal. So you can go either way with that.
Question to staff. So the second variance, which is number 3 in the report, I just want to clarify. I think that there is a typo that says, based on the findings that the petition does not meet all the required variance standards. I should say does meet.
On the presentation or the report?
In the report.
If it should say does.
Okay.
Yeah, staff is recommending approval for each.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question. So in the site plan that we were shown, and maybe this is a question for Roger, but in this site plan, you can see that there are 18 feet parking spaces and 16 feet parking spaces. Mm-hmm. I believe that the city required 30% to be, no more than 30% can be 16 feet because those are compact spaces. So is there a variance for that? Or but in the color site plan, all of them were shown as 18 feet. So I just want to clarify that. So if you put the color site plan on the screen, you will see that the dimensions were 18 feet.
I believe they're all 18 feet.
I'm sorry?
They're all 18 feet.
Well, in this one says 16 feet.
2-foot overhang of the sidewalk.
Okay. Okay. That's, okay. Thank you. Besides that, I don't have any concern with this project. I actually like it very much.
Jordan, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. Did you have a chance to look at the exhibits that were just presented? And if so, does it quell your concerns about the massing?
Did I have a chance? I've not seen that, no, sir.
Okay.
Jordan, you can have mine.
I have a question for Roger. Are we in questions or executive?
Questions?
Okay. Roger, thank you for setting up the Zoom call.
Sorry, Mr. Murphy.
It's okay. Yeah. So, fellow board members, my concern was about the ground floor transparency. And when you looked at the first floor, you saw that in the lower southwest corner, there was storage and electrical rooms and something else that was windowless and featureless, actually featured a roll-up door. So I wanted to see the ground floor having full fenestration, and that could be arranged through flipping of the site plan, and that I would want to see those windows continue on the turn on both sides. I had a question also about the railings. I think someone mentioned that. And is the materiality discussed at plat committee for the surface parking and or the lighting of the parking lot? And is there a requirement for a material separation of discordant uses to protect the spillage in terms of a concrete wall and ample landscaping plans? Is that a requirement? And or, because I don't see anything separating the west property line.
Patrick Mayfield with Daley Jansen. Those items were addressed in PPRC. There will be no light spillage to the adjacent properties, and we did, we have a light study that was submitted to the city prior to this, showing compliance of those matters.
And the paving will be some type.
What page are you?
Page, I know, but it's item number 4.
Got it.
Proportions of openings.
Do you have more questions, James?
No, I have screen wall on item 4.
Any additional questions before we move on to public comment?
Security gate, I assume, is like a not a solid.
Not solid. It would either be, depending on the solution of the railings, probably to relate to that. So if you guys like the floral pattern of the laser cut aluminum, we would do that, or we could do just vertical, dark green or dark blue pickets that would blend into the landscape.
Thank you for the word.
Okay. Thank you. So we will move into the public comment portion. I have 4 public comment cards in front of me. I will read your name, and when you come up to the microphone, please state your name and address for the record. If you also would like to speak and haven't filled out a comment card, the comment cards are available just outside the door on that table. If you could please fill one out. And the preservation planner has one. Why don't we just start with yours?
I'll pass this around today. Sorry it didn't go out. It came in this afternoon. This is from Tanya Lewicki, and she is the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association president. I am a resident of Flamingo Park, and as with many neighbors, enjoy the quaint and quirky ambiance of this historic community. The proposed structure at 501 Claremore Drive is completely counterintuitive to this neighborhood's vibe. This is a massive structure squarely up against historic single-family homes. The sheer size of this building and the ensuing traffic are of major concern. I understand that we live in a growing, vibrant city and development is inevitable. However, the scale and use should play into the surroundings. Flamingo Park is an oasis enjoyed by residents and visitors. It is a proud and immaculately maintained nod to our city's past. I respectfully ask that the board give serious consideration to a scaled-down version of this development. Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you. Our first from the comment cards is Ms. Linda Cullen. And just as a reminder, while Ms. Cullen is coming up here, we have 3 minutes per person for public comment.
Okay, Linda Cullen, 828 Biscayne Drive, Flamingo Park. And I wanted to compliment Roger Jansen and his whole team on working on this particular project. I want to give you some history to this so that you understand how incredibly difficult this has been to get a project like this. I believe that Roger said that he moved into Flamingo Park in 1994. In 1994, the city of West Palm Beach was determined to see if they could get commercial development across the tracks and come into the Flamingo Park Historic District. And I think the only person in this room that knows that is Angela in the planning department, because what happened when the city decided to propose this, Flamingo Park fought it. And after we got it so that it wasn't going to happen, we created a committee, and there were 2 of us who were co-chairs. And we came up with what we wanted to do. What is Flamingo Park going to do with this strip of land that nobody wants to build a single-family house next to a railroad track? And we put together a landscape architect, an architect, a city planner, and me as sort of the glue, and spent many years and worked with the city and created this railroad transition district. It's taking a long time for some nice things now to develop. I think you've approved a padel court that's going to go in on Flamingo. But that means that this is 40 years. That transition district was created and put into code in 2016. So it's a long time. I can't tell you that I cannot recommend more highly Mr. Jansen and his team. If there's anybody who's going to create a wonderful project for his own neighborhood, it is them, and I just want to let you know that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that background. Our next public comment is Mr. James Peterson.
Get 2 for 1. Hi, go ahead. Good evening, Chair and board members. My name is Janine Peterson. This is my husband, Jim, and we live at 522 Claremore, which is just catty corner from this property. Roger's been awesome. We met with him Sunday and were able to walk the property, so we really appreciate his availability. But we do have some concerns. We're here as kind of affected neighbors concerned about the scale, as you all have kind of identified, and staff have identified, and the site layout. We understand the board's continuing this application, and we appreciate your attention to the height and the mass issues that the staff have identified. Our concerns about the siting of the building versus the parking, and really the parking issues. The building's placed east, and parking is along the residential side as a buffer for the residential district. I say that in quotes. We understand the intent, but from where we sit, this really trades one problem for another. A parking lot isn't a buffer, it's an activity generator. And we have a lot of concerns about surrounding parking and concerns about traffic and safety. Claremore Drive is super narrow, residential street with on-street parking, lots of overflow from the Green School, from Trap House, from Bednar's, back and forth traffic on street, hard to get out of your driveway. The project adds another parking lot, catty corner, we live next to a 24-space parking lot at 522 Claremore, and this would be another 26, however many spaces right across the street. And then our neighbor's driveway across the street as well. So all of us coming out trying to navigate that intersection just to leave our driveway. So multiple conflict points in a short stretch. Again, it's not just a safety issue. It's not just a nuisance. It feels like a safety issue with folks. The staff calls it a 70-foot setback from the residential home to the west, but it's a real, zero setback from parking lot operations. And we have a lot of concerns about the headlights, noise, car doors, delivery trucks, and traffic all day long. We're really concerned about the visitor spaces that are outside the gate and why the need for those versus behind a gate with the landscaping, just because it is so busy along that stretch. So as you continue the application, we're wondering if the applicant can study flipping the site. Staff found the whole building's architectural style and everything to be compatible. The problem's height and mass. A shorter building with the same design qualities placed on the west side of the lot towards the residential area with parking beside it toward the railroad could address the size concerns and keep parking impacts away from the historic neighborhood. A quiet building facade can be a really good neighbor, and a parking lot adjacent and across from quiet residences can't. So our friends and neighbors next to us at 524 Claremore agree that we'd rather look at a beautiful building than more parking. So I think I'm cut off.
Thank you.
He's next.
And I'm Jim Peterson, also 522 Claremore. I just wanted to add that if you look at the aerial shots, I think that were in Roger's presentation, you see that in that first half of the block is significantly derived of parking lots. And we are really hoping that we can create a building that really is meant to be designed for the neighborhood, not as a buffer from the neighborhood. I'd like to see it integrated, recognizing, and Roger pointed this out to us, that there's other buildings along the railway that are right on the railway, and it's built to be compatible there. But I would pretend that those buildings were built at a time before we were really thinking about the residential neighborhood as a historic area and something that we really want to preserve and maintain its integrity. And parking lots are not compatible with the historic character and all of the quirkiness that were in the written comments, or the person who sent in the comments remarks. So we're really hoping to think about this more as an entree into the neighborhood that doesn't have to start at the railroad track, but more is integrated into the neighborhood, perhaps looking at size and massing and thinking about step-ups from the neighborhoods to the west to make that a little bit of a smoother transition. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another comment card from Rick Rikens, and he does not wish to speak. His address is 830 Biscayne, and his comment will be made part of the record as follows. This thing is way too big and massive for the neighborhood. Please ask developer or Roger to meet with neighbors. I believe I did see someone else going for a comment card, so if you do wish to speak, please come up to the podium, state your name and address, and then if you'll just please give the board secretary the card as soon as you're done. Or after you fill it out, before you leave.
My name is Dr. Mary Sapola. I live at 516 Biscayne, so I am directly northwest of this property. I am a 500-foot abutter and really distressed. Had no sense that this, I can't help but capture the irony of this evening, that we sat through over 3 hours of debate about a garage door, and I look at the structure that's proposed in historic area. I'm speechless. The comment that was made about lighting is not true. Right now, on this existing lot is a very large pole with a light that shines directly into my upstairs bedrooms at this point in time. Biscayne Drive abuts Claremore. It's a nightmare. I can tell you, when the commercial zone changed, you can talk about the railroad district. I'm a homeowner who bought a very expensive home in a historic neighborhood. I didn't buy in a railroad district. And this building does not in any way, shape, or form represent to me what should be abutting a historic district, let alone needing a variance to exist there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Roger, would you like a rebuttal?
Yeah, sure. Roger Jensen. Just very briefly, again, I think Linda explained very well the intents of the Railroad Transition District. We're really trying to get something in here. Some of these properties that have been undeveloped for decades and decades, I think will help activate the neighborhood. You've seen the progress of Dixie, the success of the surrounding restaurants and businesses. Next, we wouldn't propose a building of this size if it wasn't, number one, allowable by right, by code. Number two, if there wasn't a building approved to the north of us larger than this and adjacent across the track. So I think we've been very sensitive to what's existing, what's proposed, and the general character of the neighborhood and the spirit and intent of the RTD district. So, thank you. Oh, just lastly, the comment. The other reason with the building and the parking is we can't really have the parking on the east side anyways because it puts the ingress egress too close to the railroad tracks and it's not code compliant. Oh yeah, and if you want to discuss that alternative, I'm happy to, the handout that you have relative to staff's comments on the massing, I'm happy to describe that, but you can see we just pulled down the middle section. And then we did ask our surveyor to verify the heights of all those surrounding buildings, and we feel we're right in line with the same height of that 34 feet to 40 feet. So it's all there. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Let's move into executive session.
I already said it, that I like the project. They are complying with the railroad district. They are not, the design, complies with the regulations and code. And I understand all the comments from the neighbors. I sympathize with them, but this is like Ms. Collins says, is a piece of land against a railroad that will never be developed otherwise. And
Yeah, and it's by right.
And it's by right, yeah.
I mean, I'm with you, Gabe. I really like the design. And I think it's going to bring positive impact on the area.
And by the way, it's designed beautifully. I mean,
yeah.
This is really a beautiful design building.
I'm going to riff a little bit in a different direction, but I will say, especially with the mixed use and commercial that gets built nowadays, this is an improvement upon what you normally see. I think this is heading in the right direction. It's effectively a but there's a couple of issues. Like for example, this building needs to be a buffer in that. I think that's important. But right now, and I think added density in the historic districts in downtown is actually important as well. Maybe that's outside of the purview of this discussion, but if you're adding density, what looks like a 3-story building is effectively 2 stories. I have some misgivings about that with the height of it, because it's just basically a giant 2-story structure. I can commiserate with the heights of the public spaces downstairs. I see it heading towards this industrial look, but I'd like to almost see more Art Deco massing brought into it, and that might be more sympathetic to some of the concerns that people have, like setbacks or step downs from not just the middle, but even the sides, even if it's like, a couple feet, especially as you go to the west. Again, these are like, almost more like something you would see in scale of, and this is a little bit different, but of these multifamilies you would see in like Miami Beach. Because those blend seamlessly with older parts of the Miami Beach without having that much height, or maybe they're broken down a little bit differently. Again, these are just like initial reactions. You know, this is really the first time I've had a stab at having a reaction to this. The other issues that I'd like to maybe poke holes in, the amount of glass that faces the residential street, I feel iffy about that sometimes, especially with, I know, you know, light studies and light pollution being as it were, knowing how businesses leave their lights on at night. I don't know, I feel like there could be a lot of light spillage from the natural security lights that come in the building. Maybe that's fine for this. And then finally, it being sort of an Art Deco building, and I think I would encourage bringing that out more. I don't think the railing is as like the artsy railing is in keeping with the design of the building. Art is not ornament. I think if you're going to bring ornament in the building, I think it's serious business. Not that you aren't taking this seriously. I just want to go on the record. Ornament is a serious business, and I think it's sometimes goes underappreciated how much it can add to a building's character. And like, you know, something that you would see in Wynwood is great in Wynwood, but you know, it'd be nice if it had a cool Art Deco railing, cool Art Deco plaques, something more in keeping with the style you're trying to evoke with an Art Deco building. Anyways, those are all it's a lot, but I still think this is an important development towards, like, especially the amount of vacant lots that are in West Palm Beach, the need for density. I think the buffer is critical, especially on this side of the railroad tracks, because people refuse to go on the wrong side of the railroad tracks, and for a reason, nobody's developing it. So I do want to put it out there. I think this kind of stuff should be encouraged. I would like to, you know, in a certain sense, I'd like to push for, like, set a standard very high, and then, you know, if we kind of fall short of that, great. But that's where I come from when I see something like this. Push it a little bit further, and then, you know, it'd be really something everybody's proud of.
I would like to comment to our board that this is the first time in the years I've served that we've even had a project like this in West Palm Beach. I think the design, I agree with Gabe, and I understand some of Caleb's points, but I think it's a beautiful structure. There may be some items that to the design, but in general, I think it enhances not only the area, but hopefully encourages other people to build things like this.
And I want to clarify that, you know, I am okay with Caleb, and if the architect wants to take a stab at improving it per his comments, I'm all for it also.
I have a question for staff. Mr. Hodges, you were recommending a continuance for this case because it does not entirely comply with the size, scale, bulk, massing, and volume compatibility. Do you feel that the revision that you have had a little bit of time to look at does comply, or do you find that you would still recommend a continuance?
I think they're very successful. I like the revisions quite a bit. I'm trying to make sense of, because they're not measured, right? So we're just kind of looking at renderings. But I do think that I hated to get rid of that upper piece because it added the center verticality that's needed in a deco-inspired structure. This piece uses these kind of engaged panels to add a little bit more height, and the transoms above the kind of center windows still kind of pull the eye up. So I think the design itself is very nice, and I do think it helps a lot with the massing and height.
So you do not need a continuance, or you would still like one?
You're really putting me on the spot.
I know, I am. I'll say that Roger's team did that.
I would like to see what's been lowered and
Okay.
how and where.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. And I do apologize for putting you on the spot.
So, I didn't really think about the inappropriate siting of the project until residents spoke. I'm not sure I'm convinced they're right. I think it may be, which is not to say they're wrong. I'm trying to figure out a way of putting parking in the rear, Gabriel, Kristen, I'm sure you have, but then you're extending the building closer to the residential, and you have a zoning entitlement of 40 feet. And I think that in this case, the parking lot maybe is the better neighbor than the 40-foot building. That said, Jordan, the building can be built on the property line in the east?
Yes, there is a provision in the supplemental district regulations for setbacks, which allow basically a zero setback line abutting the FEC.
So they can move the building 5 feet further to the east, which would move it away from the residence. And the rear also has some leeway that they can wiggle with. It's not at the minimum setback. What I'm getting at is, with the continuance, I think that they should push the building to.
If I could interject, James, we went through several iterations with staff on the siting of the building. The setbacks that they are now, there's the existing balcony that's proposed on the east side for the residential unit. If the building is pushed to the zero lot line, it would preclude us from the functionality of the balcony. Obviously,
fine.
we can't project beyond the property line.
Right, the balcony would go away.
Generally, executive session is reserved for the board. So, thank you, but let them finish their discussion.
I'm sorry, Melissa, I did engage them.
So, it's
So
okay, I get it, I don't want to, we're already 8:07. We've got 3 more cases to go.
It seems to me, Gabriel, that there's room for setbacks in a less impactful manner to the east and to the north, which is commercial and railroad. I mean, it's only 5 feet, but we're talking about moving the mass and a balcony that's going to be looking at the railroad. I mean, it's not going to be used. And then I would think that the continuance would also show the reversed floor plan showing the mechanical and storage in the rear, and a more open floor plan on the ground floor with additional windows.
Okay.
I mean, the storage, I was going to actually ask a question and I forgot about it, but that storage probably is a trash room also. So if you move it to the back, and if a trash truck, a garbage truck comes, we'll have to go to the back. So maybe that is the reason that they put it in the front. Because I don't see a dumpster enclosure in the property.
Practicality.
Okay, well, I think it sounds like we're moving towards a continuance. And we've given, I think, some helpful feedback. The applicant has also heard the concerns of the neighbor. So I think we would be ready for a motion of that nature. Or, again, any motion that someone would like to make. But I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue the matter to the February 24th Historic Preservation Board meeting based on all the feedback provided by the board, as well as to comply with staff's concerns in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We will see you at the next board meeting. Thank you. Our next case is HB 25-89 for 212 Dyer Road.
Good evening again, Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect.
We should be charging you,
Representing
right?
the interest of the former owner, and this home is under contract for purchase, and the new buyer simultaneous, so I'm representing them both in this application. We have a minimal traditional structure. I'm going to try to make this as swift and as brief as I can, but you know I have a tendency to talk a lot. So if we look at the structure, this front-facing elevation, the portico with the columns, the steps, the railing, the front entry door with its side lights, the reverse gable, the louvered gabled end vent that's arched, the siding that makes up the gable end, that was all performed in 2004. This home was not a contributing structure in 2004. It was a contributing structure in 2008. So someone designated this property, whoever the powers that be that had done that, designated this historically contributing in 2008. This is a minimal traditional. I'd like to say for those who know Northeast architecture, it's essentially pre- and post-war construction architectural style. It's whatever, I would call it the affordable housing program of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And it didn't have much to it. It didn't have much flair. It was very simple. This specific home, you'll see in a few photos, had a side-facing entry. I think with the 2004 change that the Historic Preservation Board approved with this front-facing portico, distinctly changed the character of this home, making it look more colonial in nature because minimal traditional gains its respect from a few different types of architecture, but to its bare simplicity. It does have colonial aspects, especially in this case, based on the 2004 modifications, which the board approved. We have the green card showing that the garage was always connected to the primary home. You can see those outlines there. They're pretty clear. In the 60s and earlier than that, there were additions to enclosed space, but it was always connected. The garage was always connected to the primary home. It may have had a jog where my cursor is, but it was always connected. And I'm sorry if you can't see that cursor on the screen up there. Here's a few indications of what a two-story minimal traditional home looks like. These are throughout the country, right? Pre and post-war. They ended up everywhere, not just here in Florida. There's a federal housing authority incentive for builders to produce homes, and they actually advised architects to make them as simple as possible. There was two-story versions, there was 2.5-story versions, primarily, predominantly, single-story versions. But I'm showing you here two-story versions with respect to our application. Some may even know this as the Cape-style home that's in the Northeast. If you look at Cape-style homes across, specifically Long Island, where I'm from, Cape-style homes received dormers continuously. I mean, more often than not, they had dormers. Second stories were added to expand space as people modified their lifestyles and made larger families. So what you're seeing here in this photo is the X's. Those were the former original context of this home. That has distinctly changed the character of this home. You're seeing the attached garage, but again, there would have been a jog right between where this arrow is, right? But it was always attached. Two-car garage, front-facing. Here's a few more perspective photos. Just take notice of this flat roof, which makes up a large portion of actually where we intended to place our addition, behind the main roof. Interior photos, you're seeing some jalousie windows. This is that modification in the 60s. This is the rear view of the home. Pre-existing non-conforming setback, you'll see them highlighted. We have no change to that. We're not asking for a variance here. I want to start off, since at a very high level, macro level, we were requested by staff to displace our proposed addition towards the compass direction west side of the home, marked with my cursor. This was a direct conversation between me and Anthony at the time, and we originally were questioning whether it should be weighted to the east, which we actually had preferred, but we were directed to the west was a better solution. But we'll get into that in a moment. So we have a considerable setback from the lot line, but also from the primary facade, and again, from that primary roof. So demolition, I'm going to breeze right through these because I know I'm limited on time. You can see the demolition here. You'll see it in the packet as well. We have a proposed modification where the home actually still remains a 4-bedroom home. Previously, it was quite smaller, right? Second floor addition proposed. The living spaces are slightly expanded for today's living and lifestyle. The garage still maintains its connection. Second floor, the former addition with the flat roof was in 1950. Later, former conversion covered patio into habitable space, 1960. I think it should be considered that being relatively recent after the original construction, that it does gain significance as an attachment to a garage, and also significance for this home as an infill of portions between the garage and the home. The second story, you'll see it outlined to the right here, where it's inset from the left or east side and positioned intentionally to be somewhat over the garage, but with the setback. Here's our roof plan and our window door schedule. Here's my initial sketch, just conceptual at the start of the project. We have a lot of client wishes and desires on this one, and we paid a lot of respect to them, but in the same token, we made our own analysis before arriving at these conclusions. We had an initial iteration which showed more dormers, which would have been, for me being from the Northeast, more common for second-story additions, right? So we popped up dormers that kind of elevated from an eave that was dropped, which would make for that dormer effect on the interior looking out. We were requested to align those eaves. Those eaves became aligned in this iteration. We made a whole bunch of other adjustments. We had removed the railing at one time, this faux railing that you see here, and considered adjustments to the Palladian window. Our client kind of came back to us and said, no, I want the home to look a little more romantic, more like a true colonial, which I could understand because the home had distinctly changed its character. It was no longer that minimal traditional home, in my honest opinion. So here's comparable elevations for the rear, for the sides. We received a staff comment that basically said, can we keep more of the windows that were original on the east face? And yes, we can. I think we can make those adjustments. As you see highlighted here, it's either consideration of spandrel windows or slightly shifting a window for an interior floor plan. So we do agree with that comment. Here's comparison on the plan where those highlighted windows are here, green labeling and corresponding with the green locations. We decided to keep more windows, and the board strongly agrees for us to keep these others. We'll have to make them spandrels to maintain the client's program. You'll see the setback here. These are very modest ceiling heights, right? 8'1", 8'8". You got the ridge hiding part of that second story. This is our strategy here for this home. You have the streetscape elevation. We're considerably lower. If you count the parapet height, 25.3, we are at an eave height of 20'3", at a ridge height of 25.2. Neighboring properties substantially taller. Along the streetscape, we fall right in line, I would say, on average. We did, at the request of the client, and obviously open to board feedback, we understand that asphalt shingles would have been normal for this home. We think it's distinctly changed its character. We're respectfully requesting architectural shakes. We are requesting 100% recycled content product as part of green design. We are also open to consideration of an asphalt solution, if that's what the board so desires, but I think it will bring up the context of this home being upgraded, right? Go from minimal traditional to an upgraded minimal traditional is what is the strategy here, but only for the proposed addition, not for what is original and historic. So you're seeing carriage-style doors, Colby windows, or Pella Reserve. We're in between both. We would want to get the price points to figure that out. Here's the proposed front rendering. I think this home, personally, professionally, looks gorgeous. I think it's complementary. I know some board members may have reservations about certain components. This X railing is a light, breezy faux railing that's typical of tropical South Florida architecture that lets air through, makes the home feel more breezy. It adds another layered setback to that second story, allows it to read further. Barely noticeable from the eye level position, which is where this rendering is placed. You see that second story over the garage here. Here's that rendering from that view. Comparatively, we have elevations for consideration of phasing. We have historic precedents with expansive second stories over attached garages. I'm just going to breeze through them. Some are contributing, some are not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have the staff report. Thank you.
All right, Anthony Mendez again, for the record, speaking as the case manager for HPB 2589. The request is for additions, modifications, and ad valorem pre-construction for 212 Dyer Road, located in the El Cid Historic District in SF 14C3, constructed circa 1940 in the minimal traditional style. When the El Cid Historic District was initially designated both in 1993 and in 1995, this was a non-contributing structure. However, the most recent survey of El Cid does have this as a contributing structure, classified as minimal traditional. And while that may not be necessarily apparent in the current photos to the left, it is a little bit more discernible in the 2004 photographs, for which, again, as the applicant has stated, the front entry has been reoriented to the south facade. The picture window has been excluded. Just juxtapose the 2004 photographs from what is existing right now per the applicant's drawings and what he is proposing. This request is a 1,835 square foot addition onto the second story. Have the elevation drawings to the south, east, and to the west. Floor plans highlighting the footprint of the first floor, the proposed second story, and the current roof plan. As our applicant has noted, there is an existing nonconformity for the cumulative side setback. However, it's allowed to remain as a nonconformity, but the new work that our applicant proposes does have to meet that cumulative side setback, which he does. One note that was not in the applicant's presentation, while lot coverage is an existing nonconformity, the applicant is requesting a 3% bonus to floor area ratio. And just some of the nuances in our code, under section 94F5, there are some standards that can be reviewed and approved administratively via staff, and then there are some that have to be approved by the board. The applicant is utilizing the green bonus standards. So this is the applicant's justification for that bonus. That is something to consider once you get into executive session and if you were to recommend approval tonight. Staff has worked with the applicant through internal review. While this project has gone through some iterations, unfortunately tonight, there are still concerns that are too substantial and too complex for us to recommend approval in this iteration. We still have concerns But rather than recommending denial, we would like the opportunity to have the applicant, staff, and the board get onto the same page tonight for a 1-month continuance. Our 3 main concerns: the scale, mass, style, the addition of conjectural features, and the retention of fenestration towards the east facade. This is just, garage is a subordinate feature. It is one of our notions. Ideally, the window and roof for this section should be lowered. And just, over time with our applicant, this element has gone progressively a little bit more massive. The addition of conjectural features, unfortunately, we don't find this to be appropriate for a minimal traditional residence. We are open to discussion as to what kind of precedents there are for residences of this style. However, at this particular moment, we just don't find them appropriate. Retention of fenestration, we are glad to hear that our applicant is willing to work with us on retaining more of that fenestration, because this is not where the second-story addition is going to be situated. And just some notes on the project's evolution, just so everybody is sort of clear. In the preliminary sketch, that element was sort of lowered. In the original submittal that we got when we were working with the applicant, the eave height was lower than, the rest of that second-story addition. It's just here in this current iteration where we see that line, and we see the sort of uniform, two-body plane through the north elevation. There needs to be some differentiation within those eave lines, and this is just a new comment that we're seeing in this iteration. We did work with the applicant to sort of remove the gables and sort of simplify the roof, and these were just our comments through the initial review. Surrounding buildings, we have 3 of note. Since this is on the edge of the El Cid Historic District, we have 220 Dyer, which is contributing in the vernacular style, 211 Dyer Road, contributing in the Mediterranean Revival style, 206 Dyer Road, contributing in the Mission Revival style. Applicable codes are the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation and our additional criteria for new construction alterations. Yeah, with that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go into public comment. We only have one from a Miss Breen. If you'll come to the podium, please.
Hi. Margaret Breen, 501 North Park Street, Crescent City, Florida. I am the youngest daughter of Aletha Shepley, who is the resident of the house of 212 Dyer Road. My mother moved in that house in 2002 when she married Mr. Shepley. And they're the ones that did the, or she's the one that worked with him to do the changes, the modifications in 2004 of adding the portico and the different changes that was noted earlier. Mr. Shepley had lived in that house for more than 50 years at that point. I can give you all sorts of history on him. But anyway, my mother loved the house, and they were very much in love when they got married. He was 87 and she was 78. No, he was 86, she was 78. He passed away in 2013 and promised her she could die in that house. And she did last month, December 27th, 2025, at the age of 101 and 6 months. Oh. She loved that house. But last year when we decided that we were going to need to start looking into selling it, and we had buyers, and she met the buyers and she loved them. But she didn't want any change done to the house. But as she watched them and she saw one of the buyers walk around and say, "Oh, I could just hug this house," she knew that the changes that they would want would be satisfactory to her. And so when I saw the changes just the week before she passed away that she couldn't see at that point, I know that she would be delighted, more than delighted, in the changes that these purchasers want to do to this home. and that she can't wait for the day when she would take her beloved husband's hand and say, let's go see what has been done to our house. And so with that, I just want to say that I love it. I love the design, and it looks great, and Mama would too, and so would Raymond.
Thank you, and I am sorry about your mother's passing, but it sounds like she lived a beautiful life. Okay, any other public comment? I do not have any additional comment cards. Okay, seeing none, would you like a rebuttal?
I would just like a rebuttal, not to waste any time, but to spend a moment to show historic precedents that are in line with our architecture, if I may. And I'm only going to focus on those slides. Sorry, it's just loading as it's trying to scroll through the slides. Okay. So context is important. 196 Belmonte Road. It's a Mediterranean revival with an expansive L-shaped.
Sorry, 1 second. Can we just start the clock? Thank you. Go ahead.
It's an expansive L-shaped second-story configuration over a garage, which is contributing. Different style of architecture, but it is an expansive second story. 308 Barcelona, expansive second story with continuation in this case over a carport. Expansive second story with continuation over a garage. 290 Barcelona, contributing. This is another Mediterranean revival. Example 320 Sunset, recently approved new build. I remember a lot of the compliments that the board gave this architect at the time I was here during this meeting. Is an L-shaped two-story configuration over a garage. 204 Winona Place. This is a very expansive second story, but with huge hedges that you can't even get a depiction of it other than this photo I share. Another one at 2101 South Flagler. This is not contributing. Expansive second story. Well-known 207 Pershing Way. Not contributing, but fairly well done. I'm surprised that the garage doors are so forward-facing on this one, with consideration to prior applications we've spoken about. 3301 Greenwood Drive, traditional colonial, I suppose you would call it such, expansive second story. 1 block south, 224 Monsieur, expansive L-shaped two-story, second story configuration over a garage. 3209 Washington Road, expansive second story configuration over the garage beyond where the arrow is pointing. 210 Almeria, expansive L-shaped second story configuration over garage, setback to setback, not contributing. Roosevelt Place corner home, expansive second story configuration over garage, setback to setback in the Prospect Park district. And then I have a slide that I'll just leave up with our position on why these features were added, even though I do agree with staff's position that it's not exactly an element you'd see in minimal traditional, but I think those who purchase these homes who look to expand also yearn to add a little romance and flavor and character of their own. I do think that's in keeping with the proposed addition. I did not add it to the existing home. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move into executive session. And just as a reminder to the board and the surrounding properties conversation, we should take into consideration the contributing properties, because we've been looking at a lot of non-contributing, correct, Anthony? Okay, I just wanted to send a reminder because we just looked at a lot of non-contributing structures. Okay, executive session.
Also, we will be looking at a lot of structures that are not in this neighborhood.
Yes, and not defined as the surrounding context that we were told to consider earlier this year. So, executive session. Gabe, do you want to start off? You just, who would like to start?
Of course.
I'll start. I think that I'm sure my architect comrades could relate to a sketch to reality and what's lost in that, because I think the sketch is really, really charming in its almost humbleness. That was a bad word, but modesty. And I completely agree with Mr. Mendez's comment about that the addition on the garage portion should be subservient to the main home, particularly when you get into the use, which, oh my God, do I want that master bathroom and walk-in closet. But they're a master bathroom and a walk-in closet. There's no need for them to be as capacious as the bedroom suites. So that's an easy fix. And I think that the eastern wing could also be lowered in height and further pushed back. That's the secondary bedrooms and the bathroom and the vertical circulation. And I'm glad that they're going to comply with the retention of more of the window openings. And I also agree with Mr. Mendez's comment I had written down about the kind of simplifying the roof plan. So that's all I got.
So I totally agree with James, and also I agree with Mr. Mendez. I mean, I have a great respect for our staff, and our staff is not really ready to make a recommendation for approval. In this case, they didn't even suggest conditions of approval, right? And my note here, when I review this project, again, as in the previous project from Mr. Rosicki, it was the existing house is not recognizable. So you can remove it in the future without destroying it, right? And that is one of the characteristics of an addition to an historic property.
Yeah, I agree. The existing house is unrecognizable, and I don't know, I mean, I recognize that portico got added in 2004. That's very conjectural. I wouldn't say that was, when it was a one-story house, it was fine. I would reconsider that as a design element from the word go if I was to tackle this home considering its historical context. But right now with the front elevation, just looks, it's got too many gables on it. I think the roof plan needs resolving. The second story mass needs resolving. It actually looks like a two-story house had a one-story house attached to it at a later date. There's just no hierarchy. There's none. I think the roof needs some help. And of course, some of those specific comments, but I'd almost eliminate every single gable on the addition.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in and agree with you. I think everyone's hit my comments as well. The roof plan on that second story, I just want to emphasize how critical that is. And I think the number of gables is really eating up what was originally like one prominent front-facing gable has now become, I'd say, 5 pretty prominent, well,
6.
I don't know how to consider that garage because it's like pushed back a little bit. I'm looking at the elevations because that was there. But it's a design element that didn't feature with so much prominence originally that's become like the driving feature and like how the roof is getting in the shape it is. So I think that we have good direction, we're in agreement with staff's comments. I think we're all on the same page, and I think that we can go ahead and make a motion.
I move the board to, is 1 month enough? I move the board to continue this case to the February 24th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We'll see you next month. Thank you. All right, we will move to HPB 25-101 for 246 Greenwood Drive. We'll do the applicant presentation first.
Okay. It's not.
Such a big agenda. Such a big agenda.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. It's a little past my bedtime, but I'm here.
Ours too.
We continue.
That's fair. I get it. I'm sure you all are familiar with the site. It's a beautiful site in the district. It's a nice corner site. We have 3 existing non-contributing structures, 2 of which we're tearing down. One is not a garage, but it's exactly the proportion of a garage, so we're going to use it for our single-story garage, which will be side entry on the west side of the property. We've taken quite a bit of time and designed what we think is a house that's very compatible with the street in the district, even though there's no question that there are a lot of much smaller lots. What we did was we pushed the 2-story section of the home in on both facades. Obviously, it's a little longer on the north side. On the west side, though, it's only about a 32-foot leg, and we actually buffered it, set the second story in 10 feet, and buffered it with a shed roof of a single-story element. And we actually set the 2-story section at the corner back. It goes back about 6 or 7 feet to nicely turn the corner. So I think viewing the house from the corner is very comfortable. And then what we did with the 2 facades on the north side, which is really the front of the house, we recessed the entry, so we have the 2 simple hip proportions, which are actually replicate the proportions of a lot of the houses down the street. So we just fielded comments from staff on Friday, so obviously we weren't able to adjust, talk about things or whatever, but we agree with about 90% of them. I don't think anything in there bothers us, but there was a comment about the scale, and we just, we're gonna have to respectfully disagree. We think for the size of the lot, for the way we've handled it, we think it's very comfortable. We also work with the neighbors, so if you look at our east facade, we actually have only about a 32-foot depth there, which is exactly what our neighbor is. So the pools are kind of together, so we get a nice open feel, nice southeast exposure. It really works out wonderful. We did work with staff on reducing window proportion, changing window proportions. I did have a balcony on the west side where I have that shed roof, which we eliminated. We did eliminate a bit of detail, little fussier detail, which they felt was inappropriate, and we find merit in that. And they want us to reduce, I think, the coral water table, which we have no problem going to a stucco or not at all if the board feels that way. There was a comment on the roof color. We selected what's called an Oceana blend. It's like a medium gray, But we are certainly open to, we prefer not to have white, but we're certainly open to the lighter standard gray if that's how everybody feels about it. So we're here to field comments, and I have my landscape architect from Coastal Landscape Architecture, Travis, if you'd like to have any questions on hardscape or landscaping, materials, or anything like that. Thank you.
Jordan Hodges for the record. Please excuse my reading. I've had a contact flip up in my eyelid, and now I can't find it, so I'm struggling a little bit. But I'll try to keep this pretty quick. So this application is for the demolition of 2 of the 3 structures on the lot and the kind of renovation of the smaller structure fronting South Olive, and the construction of a new 2-story primary residence. These structures are currently non-contributing within the Prospect South Palm Park or Southland Park Historic District. The district was resurveyed in 2009, which expanded the period of significance to cover the post-war structures. So it's currently at 1938 to 1958, and this building was constructed in 1960, so it currently retains its non-contributing status. As you can see here is the site plan. The property has an increased corner setback with frontage on Olive to the west and Greenwood to the north. Existing driveways are proposed to remain, so there's a circle front driveway and then the parking area off Olive. Again, you see the retention of that 1-story structure that's to become a garage. The new residence, 2-story residence, is parallel to Greenwood. The applicant is utilizing 2 special exceptions for increased lot coverage. The first being a 3% bonus for the use of the detached accessory structure, and the second being a 2% increase for increased landscaping, again to mitigate additional square footage. And the applicant has submitted a preliminary landscape plan, which you can see here. The city's landscape reviewers will conduct final review at permitting to ensure that the applicant's proposal is satisfactory to receive that 2% bonus. So here you can see the proposed front elevation. The design uses a kind of a tripartite massing with 2 projecting wings and a recessed center. 2-story and 1-story wing kind of sets back to the west. The building uses a combination of flat, hip, truncated hip, and shed roofs. And staff has worked really closely with the applicant over the past few months to pare down some of the exterior facade treatments and to arrive at a consistent fenestration plan with regularized sills, headers, and divided light patterns, and on simplifying the roof design. On this page is also the material sample showing flat concrete roof tiles, smooth stucco exterior, silver frame windows, and some coral stone detailing. On the west elevation, this is what you'd see from Olive. And it does feature a, kind of a step-down 1-story element, which helps kind of lower the massing, and that connects to a site wall, which then connects to the garage structure. This is the streetscape elevation on both Olive and Greenwood. So the majority of the houses to the east of the subject property on Greenwood are smaller 1- and 2-story contributing residences. And then on the Olive streetscape, you get a combination of designated structures as well as new construction directly across Greenwood and on the other side of the block face fronting Grayman. The rear elevation uses larger expanses of bays of fixed glazing arranged in divided light patterns that are somewhat different from the front elevations. The ground floor includes larger recessed outdoor living areas, while the second floor has a projecting balcony and an open terrace. On the east elevation, this one's more simple in composition. The ground floor, again, kind of projects slightly beyond the upper floors. But you can see those, the rear terrace and the rear projecting balcony in this area. So for applicable historic preservation code sections, for the additional criteria for new construction and alterations, staff found partial compliance with building height, proportion of openings, roof shape, and then size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume. So we'll go into that. So these are partial views of the proposed streetscapes, and staff has created some guidelines in red showing the wall height and overall roof height. And for the second story massing, and guidelines in orange showing the wall height and overall massing for the one-story garage structure. Staff does have some remaining concerns about the height of the primary structure in comparison to the neighboring historic structures, and the detached garage structure in comparison to neighboring single-story structures. Also, as noted on page 6, there's just a small unit of measurement that needs finessing. Currently, the zero datum for all height measurements starts at crown of road plus 1.5 feet. The city of West Palm Beach establishes crown of road plus 6 inches for properties that don't have a minimum base flood elevation from FEMA, so that's just a small adjustment that needs to be made. Secondly, for the proportion of openings, and again, the project architect has really worked with staff here to modify a lot of the windows, and we're generally okay with the changes that were made on the kind of greenwood facade. And while staff finds these modifications contribute positively to the overall design, staff does recommend that similar revisions be carried through to the rear facade. And as shown in the submitted streetscape elevation, the second floor window headers do appear significantly higher than the adjacent properties. And the windows on the front elevations generally feel tall in comparison to their neighbors. And like the project architect said, it is a larger lot, right? You're gonna get a larger house because you have just larger entitlements. Staff's concern is not necessarily with the amount of square footage, but just kind of with the scale in which that square footage is articulated. In terms of the roof shape, through internal review and at staff's request, the applicant has simplified the roof form. In this current iteration, the design incorporates a couple different type of roofing elements. It has a hip roof. It has the kind of truncated hip roof with the flat top that you can see from Olive. And then this iteration removes kind of this connecting hip where the flat roof is now, which does eliminate a lot of kind of perceived mass from the greenwood facade, but it is a little bit of an unusual roof shape just for the historic districts. And lastly is just the size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume. And just in looking at the streetscape, you can see, again, this is a condition largely driven by lot size, to where additional mass is introduced, again, somewhat through the elevated foundation and through the width of the two-story elements. And that kind of two-story width is just pretty broad in comparison to neighboring two-story structures. And then you have the surrounding context, lots of it's an eclectic street. There's Mission Revival, there's Mediterranean Revival, there's masonry, minimal traditional here. So it's an eclectic blend on the street, but they're all generally pretty smaller scale, but again, they're on smaller lots. So staff is recommending a continuance just to address these issues and compatibility concerns in style, scale, size, bulk, massing, and volume when compared to the neighboring structures, specifically on Greenwood Drive. But should the board move to approve and find that the house fits in well with the visual compatibility criteria, we've included 8 conditions of approval. I'm happy to go through those or start questions.
I think we can start questions, thank you. But if you'll leave them on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Questions from the board?
I guess this is for you, Mr. Hodges, or the applicant. What style would you call this house?
I would say that it's probably transitional. It has some, it's modern massing, but uses some traditional elements, elements from different periods.
Okay.
It's not Bermuda. Well,
it's a lot of things.
That's what it
Yeah,
says
I
on the
know.
architect plans.
Yeah, it says Bermuda/West Indies.
But then there's a lot of Mediterranean stuff going on.
Jordan, this isn't in a flood zone, correct?
It's in the X zone, so no base
There's
flood.
no base flood.
Yeah.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, do we have any public comment for this case? Okay, seeing none, does the architect want a rebuttal? I can't see the architect, so.
Want a rebuttal?
Does the applicant want a rebuttal? You can have a 3-minute rebuttal to anything that staff went over in their presentation. It's optional.
Randall Stoff, Stoff Architectural Group. No, I mean, we've been working with staff. There certainly is a little bit of height we could probably pull out of it, but there has to be reasonable proportions to the spaces. We don't have any overwhelming ceiling heights or anything in here. We could crunch our floor to floor probably 6 inches and get the upstairs down a little bit. I mean, we did explore some different elements of, one single roof combining them. We didn't think it looked less massive, but we'll be happy to explore a few other items. Like I said, the square footage and everything, it's just not overwhelming for the site. We'll be happy to explore a few other things. The window fenestration, no problem with. There weren't really too many issues, but we definitely feel like it's compatible with. It's a real mix of architectural homes around our whole area there. We have a brand new house across the street. I'm not sure what style you called that, but we think we have a beautiful house here. But we'll be happy to explore any comments or field any ideas you guys have.
Thank you. We'll move into executive session.
One of the things that jumped out to me is that kind of like poor Greenwood Drive got the brunt of the massing in terms of the length and all of the two-storyness. And South Olive Ave kind of got away a little it's kind of easy, like where it almost could handle more of the massiveness. It's kind of just what jumped out at me upon looking at it.
I think the style, I was trying to figure out what I couldn't put my finger on while I was looking at this, and I think the style comment is that I was going after, kind of maybe does put my finger on a little bit. Like if this was more Bermuda style, the massing would be a little bit more uniform. If this was more Mediterranean style, there'd be more vertical differentiation. I look at individual elements in the massings, they kind of work okay. It just doesn't feel unified. And I think that's part of the problem, like maybe larger elements read bulkier to us. And I would almost, without like picking at any one thing, I'd almost like want to rethink the roof plan and build and just design the massing down. And it's like kind of design like a cohesive roof plan that has good hierarchy, and then see where the massing ends up below. Because I'm not sure that, like, for example, I'm not sure that parapet element in between feels right. But I realize that might be a solution just because the nature of the roof plan dictates that all the roof geometry is kind of mashed together, and that makes sense as a flat roof, but on this elevation, it just looks like a squished afterthought. I mean, as an element on its own, it feels fine. It's just, there's just something, it's like trying to do too many things at once. And I think maybe that's why the massing feels large.
And I think it wants one cohesive style.
Yeah. Like I'm like, if it was like, yeah, that could help inform a lot of even the massing decisions, but also like where the details kind of fall. Like you wouldn't see a parapet on a Bermuda style house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But of course, you would see more like, single room masses coming together in like L shapes, and then additions that add mass to that later, being more subservient. I mean, if you tell the story of the house as something that's grown over time, even if it's all new, it kind of helps develop the hierarchy of the house to something that reads more cohesively. There's a lot of things that are like just missing, I feel. And it's like very close to a couple directions that could have taken.
I think it might have been one of Jordan's conditions, but also there's kind of a solid to void issue going on some of the facades. And I know we don't get into interior planning, but you begin to go into the floor plan, and it doesn't make sense, like why the office bedroom window is the same size as the powder room on this primary facade on the eastern side. Like there's opportunities that perhaps the windows inform more of what the program is going in, and maybe that begins to unify it a little bit better. I don't know. Like little windows aren't just the bathrooms, they're the office. It's just not making sense. Maybe I'm not making sense.
Well, like the lean-to shed additions, like that big window that is on the screen on the right side. It's like too close to where the lean-to is. Like that's not where you would put that. It just feels awkwardly like randomly placed. So if that lean-to is pushed back, that window would not even.
It's random when you start looking at the floor plan.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like I don't know. It just needs a little bit of tweaks like that would help. That the house grew, like the house started off as this and was added here and it was added here, but you wouldn't have a window in the middle of that space in the wall like that.
Well, I think that staff is correct, and the visual that they came up with, was helpful for me to see how the window and their heights and the mass relates to the rest of the streetscape that was provided. And I think that scale has to come down to meet the size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume compatibility standard. And while that is shrinking, because it looks like there's like 10 feet on the first floor and 10 feet on the second floor. I mean, I'm guessing because
I think that is 12 and 10. 12 and,
Well,
12 and 10.
I thought it was 12 to the second floor, and they weren't including I didn't see a, like, interstitial space. So I was thinking they probably have 2 feet in there for the interstitial space.
But I think Jordan said that there was a problem with the measurement, that they're starting too high, so that's, from my understanding, that's going to bring it down.
Well, regardless of what the heights are, 10 feet on the second floor is still really substantial, regardless of if the first floor is 10 or 12. And I think we are all in agreement that the scale has to come down to meet our compatibility criteria. But then in addition to that, we want the kind of massing to work better with the floor plan and for there kind of to be a more rational partie, which would probably help some of these features to create a more cohesive style, like if they're relating more to each other. I mean, again, we don't really control the interior of the projects, but I feel like it's kind of an expression, like
Right.
You know, because they're not matching up, I think that there's some kind of like lack of,
hierarchy on the outside.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
this is why I made the comment about just design the roof plan in absence of anything else and work your way down, because then it kind of informs it informs the kind of the partie of the ground floor below, the floors below, and that helps with the massing.
Okay, is there anyone else on the board that has something to add to the conversation? It sounds like we're moving.
Just a small functionality.
Yeah.
Go for it. You want to go? No, go ahead. My concern also, I mean, all of these super valid. The one item that we have not pointed out yet was the outdoor covered area. That size is as large as your great room. It seems like a lot of lost space in there. That's a lot of dollars thrown away when it's not functional AC. It's great for usable area, but when it's that large and massive, to me that screams problem.
Screams what?
A problem for the end resale. I mean, if you're looking for AC area and that's as large as your great room and it's covered, you've got a kitchen in there, you've got a whole outdoor area, you have sliders. It seems like it needs a redesign. Look at that covered outdoor area. It's sandwiched in between another club room, great room.
Now, I guess this phrase is like, for me, is that being counted as full square footage for the zoning?
This is why I
It's
brought it up.
well, it's technically open on 2 sides, but I don't know if you would. It's like not 50%. So would this count as 50% or no? 100%.
I think that's something that can be explored and
Yeah.
looked at in terms of how it's being counted. Gabe, did you have something to add as well?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, the last comment, the roof can be changed like a 4 on 12, if that will help, but I guess that we are leading to a full redesign, right? So probably that doesn't matter.
I mean, I would say that just as a comment from my standpoint that I think could be helpful for the applicant is in relation to the design that we've kind of thrown around a little bit but not really landed on, is pulling inspiration from the contributing historic structures that are surrounding you in the district to help define your style. Okay, I think we are ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue the matter at the direction of the board to the February 24th meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Our next case is HPB 25-104 for 412 30th Street.
You are doing it.
Back and forth. Okay, perfect. And if you need to pull up any of my stuff, just let me know.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Joseph Cagney, Step Brothers Contracting Group. I will try to be as brief as possible. The main part that I want to address from the comments is the setback. So the setback that we are requesting is a 65-foot, 7-inch setback on this home. The reason we are requesting this, zoom in here. The reason we are requesting this is a couple different reasons. One, we want the garage to be along the back alleyway. As you can see here, the subject property at right next to 418 30th Street there. A lot of the garages on the alleyway in both alleyways are very close. There is some precedent in the neighborhood for this setback. 440 31st Street has a 59-foot setback. 3001 Spruce Street has a 67-foot setback. And 526 30th Street, the same road the subject property is on, has a 84-foot, 10-inch setback. Our subject property is the green one there, where we're looking for the 65-foot, 7-inch setback, and the other ones that I just notated are the ones in red there. We do also have some letters from some of the neighbors that they are not opposed to this setback. I think Jordan may have passed those out to you, I'm not sure. And they are also not opposed to a couple of the other things that I wanted to address also real quick. One of which, do you mind bringing up the front facade?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's pitiful. Which one? Just theirs or the combo?
That one, the combo, yes. Perfect, yes. Okay, so the rest of the comments, aside from the setback, that was the main part of contention we had. Everything else, we don't have a lot to say about. The staff recommendations for the proposed in the front, we would like to keep the covered patio there across the entire front of it, but we're not opposed to shortening it up if that's what is recommended. There's also some comments on modifying the windows. I think they put a couple arch windows in here. There is somewhere in here, I think, the streetscape. Most of the streetscape windows do have square windows. I think there's one on here that has some arch windows. We're not opposed to changing the size of those windows as recommended here, giving it some different variations so it doesn't look so symmetrical to one another, but we would like to keep the windows square if possible. There is also another comment in here about the clear low E on the windows, except on the front, just having clear. We would like to have low E on all the windows just for energy efficiency, if possible. Clear low E on all the windows. The only other comments, the parapet wall, reducing the height, we had no problem with. The vertical plank door, no problem with. The porch roof, utilizing the clay barrel tiles, no problem with. The only other comment is the last one, number 9, which was the spiral staircase that is going up to the rooftop above the garage. I understand that this may be due to being able to see the spiral staircase from the street. Maybe there's, it doesn't kind of go with the vibe of the house, I understand. So my proposal for something like that, if that's the issue with that, would be maybe building some sort of wing wall in front of it so it's not being able to be seen from the street. But we'd also be fine with building a regular staircase if that's what the staff wants. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jordan Hodges for the record. So this is a new construction proposal in a vacant lot in Old Northwood. You can see the parcel here surrounded. 30th Street is a beautiful street on this block. It's super eclectic. You can tell people are very proud of their homes. They take excellent care of everything. Their yards are immaculate. It's just a really, really nice little street. So you can see here, there's currently kind of a hedgerow that covers the street, so you can't really see much of the lot. And so in this iteration of the application, let me rewind a little bit. In the initial application, the building was pulled all the way back on the back of the lot. There are the setback provisions for the front setback in this historic district tell us that we need to have at least a 25-foot minimum front setback or contextual. And where contextual hasn't been established, we'll go to the 25 minimum. So staff had made initial comments that the property or that the structure needs to be brought up in line with the kind of front facades to meet a contextual setback. As I understand it, and from the applicant's presentation, they would like to go back again to the back of the lot. There is an attached garage on the back of the house, and they'd like, I think, vehicular access from the alley. So the house would be pulled back, and then there would just be a walkway connecting the house to the street, which is not, just the walkway is not uncommon for the neighborhood. There aren't driveways on every property. But the house is, certainly smaller than it could be on the lot, given the development regulations. The front elevation is, it's pretty rigid and it's very symmetrical, which is generally atypical for mission revival structures, especially in the neighborhood. Mission revival structures tend to meander. They're like little stacked boxes. They're generally asymmetrical and they have a tendency to sprawl a little bit, and they use different roof type structures and different window types and different window shapes, predominantly hung windows and divided like casements. So again, here you can see in the streetscape elevation, just imagine that structure, pushed back on the lot. Side elevations, the top elevation is, generally kind of sticks to that more rigid format. The elevation below utilizes paired windows and then some glazed doors on the ground floor. And here you can see that spiral staircase. There's not really a detail of that. I think it says, by a different provider or something. So that'll, I guess, come in they're anticipated to come in at the permitting stage, which would provide access to the rear rooftop. And then that garage elevation, again, just has the kind of garage facing the rear alley and 2 windows. So when you look at the street context, the top row, primarily Mission Mediterranean, 420 30th Street, kind of gives us some different, more playful massing, more playful windows. The house immediately to the west is not symmetrical, but it's very balanced. And then in addition to MedRev and Mission, there is a very nice little minimal traditional directly across the street. But staff kind of drew some design inspiration from these 2 properties. Again, the one to the left is generally boxy but linear in form and pretty balanced. The one on the right has more of the kind of castle crenellations and an irregular floor plan. So staff's recommendations, if the shape is going to stay, kind of linear, especially if it's, pushed back on the lot, we're generally recommending to pull down the parapets a little bit. I believe the parapets were currently proposed at over 4 feet, so we're asking that those be brought down. We're asking that different fenestration arrangements be provided. Mission Mediterranean structures generally used single paired and grouped windows. The structure immediately to the east has a triplet of hung windows, so we kind of borrowed some of that language onto the property. I believe that's in a bedroom. And then brought in some archtop casements. I believe that's in a bathroom and a smaller area, I believe, of the kitchen, if I remember correctly. The building also is proposed with this broad porch, which is very atypical for Mission Mediterranean style porches. Generally, you'd see things like colonnades and just different roofing articulations that would run, if they would ever run, the depth or the width of the facade. But generally, porches, if a Mediterranean or Mission Revival port or structure had a porch, it was a shallow, bracketed overhang on a stoop or a recessed porch that went in. These were generally somewhat atypical. So what staff has recommended to be just kind of minimally compatible is to shorten the width to 2/3 of the width. And we have recommended a model property, I guess, for the porch. This is a structure, Mission Mediterranean Revival style structure at 601 North Lakeside Drive in Lake Worth, which uses kind of timber framing and these kind of bracketed capitals that supports a barrel tile slope roof. So that's what we would generally recommend for the detailing of the porch structure. So as far as applicable code sections, it would again be the additional criteria for new construction and alterations. Staff has that everything is, at least generally compliant or complies as conditioned. Staff is recommending approval with 9 conditions of approval. Again, that first one is to bring the property to the front setback. I do think there are some examples in the neighborhood of properties set back to the rear of the lot, so that's something to consider. Again, number 2, the symmetry of the facade and the fenestration. Number 3, the different window types. Number 4, detailing of the porch. Number 5, the parapet height. Number 6, dealing with the types of permittable front doors subject to staff review at permitting. Number 7 would be our typical glass and mutton standard. Number 8, dealing with barrel tiles, recommending a variegated color finish subject to staff review at permitting. And number 9, to remove the circular stairs in exchange for an attached and parallel set of stairs that would attach to the west elevation, subject to staff review at permitting. And that's all staff has.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes. So right now, yeah. So what we're recommending, the door would likely have to move, would likely have to shift. So instead of spiral, if this were the side of the house, it would run parallel engaged with the house.
Additional questions?
No.
Okay, we'll move into public comment. Anyone from the public to speak on this case? All right. If you'll come to the podium, state your name and address, and when you're done, if you will fill out one of these comment cards, it's on the back table, and give it to our board secretary, please.
My name is Vishesh Pathak. I actually live in the house right next door, 418 30th Street. Just some context, my wife and I moved into the neighborhood very intentionally. We love the neighborhood. We do take a lot of pride in that street, and we're very committed to the neighborhood. We actually work for a nonprofit on 45th Street, so the home's very dear to our work, and we're very committed and deeply rooted in the community. This home, just to provide context, we've outgrown our current home, and we have 2 little kids, and we definitely want the house to be set back to preserve the lawn and allow our kids to enjoy the front lawn, which Jordan spoke to. In addition, the access to the alley is also very important to us. the home would be a separate structure and allow for our aging parents to have somewhere to stay. And we want them to have their own independence as well. So just wanted to add that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right. Would the applicant like a rebuttal of 3 minutes? No? All right, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't see you over the podium there. Okay, we'll move into executive session.
I like the staff's changes. I think it looks good. And I don't have a problem with it being set a little bit further back. Maybe there's a compromise if staff has a big problem with it, but.
Peg, could you repeat yourself into the microphone?
I don't have a problem with it being set a little further back, and if staff has a big problem with it, maybe there's a compromise, you know, to still allow them to use the front yard for their children and not have it quite in line with all the other houses.
I think the tricky thing there is that there's not a requirement to be at the minimum. That's so that people don't encroach further towards the street. So it's really bad streetscape to be so set back for a block, but there's no requirement. I absolutely agree with staff's recommendations on the design changes. I think Anthony or Jordan did a very good job with the executing the modifications, and I completely agree with that. That spiral stair, very strange. You're doing a second floor and you wouldn't have access to just directly out onto the roof and then go through all the trouble of providing an exterior spiral stair, almost inviting others. Anyway, but I'm ready to make a motion in accordance with the staff recommendations when people are ready.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with the staff comments. I wanted to explain the issue of the clear low E to the applicant because the clear low E glass will read gray tinted anyway, right? In order to read really clear, you will have to use a very expensive glass that probably you will not use it. So that's the reason that we never approve low E glass on the front facade. You can use it on the other 3 elevations, but not on the front.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Well, also, don't all these windows face north? Don't all these windows face north?
On the front, yeah.
Yeah, so they won't even have any direct, you wouldn't even need low E. So the low E is for basically direct solar exposure. I have a comment about that after all the hearings, but I would avoid using it if you don't need it because it won't help.
So condition number 1, I think that we can relax it, you know, a little bit, and which is the setback, and
yeah.
I would like to lower the parapet height by more than a foot. Okay. But I don't know how much can be reduced for, because, I mean, I guess that is because, well, no, the roof is not being used as a occupable terrace, right?
No.
It's being used? The 1-story, but not the 2-story. Yeah. So I think that can be reduced by more than a foot. It looks very tall in the street.
Mr. Murphy, are you still ready to make a motion?
Sure. I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number HPB 25104, COA 000406-2025 at 412 30th Street for for new construction in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in 9449C4 of the city zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in Section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following 9 conditions identified in the staff report, with the elimination of condition 1, so that'll renumber it for a totality of 8 conditions. And condition 5 shall be modified to read, the board recommends lowering the parapet height by a minimum of 2.5?
I don't know that it's feasible.
He said it was 4 feet high, I think he said. Mr. Hodges said.
Okay.
Oh, it's 4
A minimum of,
That's a lot. One
Right?
second, I have the drawing.
by a minimum of 2 feet, subject to the review and approval of staff. And staff recommends west elevation engaged stair, yes. And number 9, that spiral stair shall not be approved as proposed, but the applicant revise plans and utilize an engaged stair attached and parallel, blah, blah, blah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. And I am passing the gavel to our vice chair, who will finish the meeting off because of my need to recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to case number 25-107 in 3608 Washington Road.
You're so lucky, Rick. You're the last guy
God
here.
bless you guys for sitting here all night.
You were the last one tonight.
I commend you all on working so hard and so late on historic preservation issues.
Just sitting here.
Thank you.
Let us know when we may start. Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and board members. Good evening. My name is Rick Gonzalez. I'm the president, co-founder of REG Architects. We've been working in West Palm Beach for almost 40 years. Very excited about that. And I've also had the pleasure of designing 3 other houses in these historic neighborhoods here in Southland Park and Central Park. This will be our 4th house. This will be our first one on Flagler Drive, so we're very excited about that, to do a waterfront house. If you drive south from here, a lot of very massive houses, like our buildings downtown. There's just a lot of massiveness, and this is a nice opportunity to do something special on a very difficult lot. There's a very large building to the south that's not in the neighborhood, but it's context because it's right next to us. We have very large hedges on both sides of the property. Our client, Mr. Marr, is here present. At first, he wanted to do something very modern, and I explained to him we're in a historic district. And we looked at Art Deco and Art Moderne, and we settled with Mission Revival. But like I mentioned to some of you, Mission Revival of 2026, not Mission Revival of 1926, because, you know, we do need to show, like you've told everybody this evening, how you have to differentiate between a historic building and a new portion of the building. And last, before I introduce Juan, he's the architect on the project I'm presenting, and our friend Valentina from Urban Design Studio. I'm very proud of the historic preservation work that I do, that I've done in my career. I am on federal boards, state boards, and I'm also involved here at the local level. So I'm considered a subject matter expert, and I appreciate the hard work that you've been doing here tonight. It's a lot of work. You've been here for 5 hours, a lot of time spent reviewing this at home. I know the feeling when we do the state cases in particular, how much time it takes. That's where I met Anthony years ago in Tallahassee. So with that, I'll let Juan go ahead and start the presentation as quickly as possible, Juan, because they've been here very late, very long already today.
Yeah, my name is Juan Gonzalez, designer at REG Architects. And so here we have 3608 Washington, 3607 South Flagler Drive, right? This is going to be a new residence, new construction for Mr. Marr and his family. You know, we're met with a tight lot, right, at 52.7 feet and with a depth of 136.5 feet, with a 7-story multifamily building just south of the property. Here you can see existing conditions. It's basically an open lot. It has an existing swimming pool, but it's great views to the intercoastal and Flagler. We have a neighborhood analysis showing the neighbors south of the property. I know they're in a different district, right? They're in a multifamily high density, MF32, but contextually it does affect the site, right? We are sort of the last property right before it changed into a different sector, right? Then north of the site on Flagler, we have a couple of 2-story residences, L-shaped, right? With your nice setback from the front, which is contextual. And then, I'm just gonna zip through these. Originally we looked at different ways to lay out the site, right? Programmatically, we wanted a main residence towards the front and a carriage house towards the back. And with consideration that we have a 7-story multifamily building south of the site, sort of obstructing from sunlight, right, throughout the year. So in thinking of how do we get the most amount of sunlight for the open areas, such as the swimming pool and the deck in the backyard. And we came to the decision with proposal 2 with the pool on the north side, which then creates the carriage house hugging the south side of the site and the main residence closer to the north residence. Our following setbacks, we have 30-foot provided on the front. It's still contextual. Our rear, we have 10% of the lot depth, 14.6, and our cumulative setback of 15-foot provided. This is one of the variances that Valentina will touch up on later in the presentation. Overall height, we're at 30 feet provided, and a side step-back wall height of 20 allowed and 22.6 provided, which she will also bring up that variance later on. We're providing enough parking for the single-family detached and the accessory garage apartments, as well as enough landscape coverage in the front. Then we have a FAR of 0.45, but with max exception over base, we would like an addition of 4%, which leads us to a total FAR of 3,623 square feet for both the detached accessory structure and the main residence. And for the lot coverage, we're well below, right? We're at 25% of a maximum 40%. And this plays a lot with how we had to arrange the programs on the site. It's a tight lot. So in order to have access to the carriage house in the back, we provided a carport, which then led us to create most of the living spaces on the second story. Touching up on the special exceptions, we have based on section 9845, lot coverage and floor area exceptions for detached rear accessory structures. We're providing at least 300 square feet. We currently have 500 square feet for the carriage house. It's set back at least 10 feet behind the front of the principal structure, and it's separated by a minimum of 15 feet. Yeah, just gonna keep going. Walk you real quick through the floor plan, ground floor plan. We have a side entrance on the living room and continue all the way to the kitchen in the back with your detached garage in the carriage house towards the back. In the second story, you have your primary with your primary bedroom and your primary bath overlooking Flagler and the intercoastal, with your 2 bedrooms for the family of 4 and the study loft for them to use, as well as a private office on top of the garage in the carriage house. We're also providing access to a roof deck with a spiral staircase that narrows the square footage and provide access to even more sunlight, especially with that 7-story building that's south of us. We're providing S-tile roofs for the clay barrel tiles on top, and mainly step parapets around the exterior walls. You have your elevations to the east, main elevation. We played with the massing to have it more regular, right? More not as symmetrical, including different materials, right? We included a clay barrel tile railing that also includes transparency and further depth. You have the north the north elevation and the south, and the west. Here are your elevations of the carriage house. Pretty quaint, minimal. I think another thing we got feedback from staff was the windows and the material, the parapet sizes, which we included in our changes. Then we have a quick little explanation of this section diagram where we're providing roughly a 10-foot ceiling height on the ground floor, and then a 9-foot ceiling height on the second level. Valentina will go over some of this more in the variances later on. We also are considering the top of the tower walls for these parapets that are 10% of the architectural feature. And staff, they're very adamant on including a 4/1 window, but I think, as you can see, it kind of condenses the facade a little bit, especially with the, we have double single hung and triple single hung next to each other. It starts creating a little more top-heavy elevation. We have our finishes for our doors and windows, and a retractable woven textile fabric for the awnings, as well as the French doors instead of sliding glass doors. Just gonna zoom through these.
Is it possible, because these are 2 separate applications that we submitted, to have another 7 minutes for the presentation? We just combined the presentation into one.
Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the subject property, as REG mentioned, is on South Flagler. It has a zoning of single-family high density in a context 5. This zoning district was mostly made for bigger lots along South Flagler. And then we do have the multifamily over to the south. So with that said, the subject property is a legal non-conforming. Legally, it was subdivided, and it was shown on a legally recorded plat, which is existing at the time that the previous regulations were existing and were adopted, which now the greater minimums width and area are provided on the lot, and establishing other limitations which the lot does not meet. And this was the plat that was recorded in 1924. The blue highlighted is the subject property over on the left-hand corner. And additionally to that, Ordinance 426510 adopted the regulations on May of 2010 to allow for bigger side setbacks, which is the variance that we'll be requesting today. However, there is a footnote that on 50-foot wide lots or less, side total setbacks are 15 feet minimum 15 feet minimum total, each side having a 5 feet minimum. So today's code that was adopted in 2010 requires the minimum lot dimensions to be 10,000 square feet with a lot width of 75. Our subject property has 7,394 square feet of the lot area with a lot width of 52.71. We're just 2.71 feet away from that 50 feet of lot width. In addition to that, the minimum side setbacks require a minimum 5 and a total of 20 feet. And a overall height is allowed to be at 30 feet. However, the side setback is allowed to increase, the height is allowed to increase with every foot the side setback is set. However, with the restraints of the law of record, it is a little bit harder to achieve that wall height at 20 feet. And additionally, to the west, adjacently in the context 4, the side setbacks are 15 feet total, which is still in character with the neighborhood. So we're asking for a variance from section 9483, B2E1, side minimum cumulative of both setbacks to be a total of 15 feet rather than 20, so it's just a 5 feet variance. And section 9483B3B, which is the wall height, we're asking for a variance of 2 feet and 6 inches to allow for the wall height to be at 22 feet and 6 inches for, at the setback. The 10-foot side setback is proposed to be on the north side in respect to the neighbor to the north, and the 5 feet minimum side setback will be on the south side, which is abutting the 7-story multifamily building that's there. If you see here in the green, that's the required side setbacks for the current regulations. We are only asking for that 5 feet to include interior functionality and circulation for the stairs mostly. So this is what the variance would look like if you are facing the house. That 5 feet is very minimal of what we're proposing to add onto the house. The house is only 24 feet wide, really, and we do have significant hedging to both the south and the north side, screening mostly from that single-family 1-story. If you see at the top, the 75 feet minimum lot width, we do lose a significant amount from the 52.71 feet that we have existing. And for the variance number 2, as REG mentioned, the approximate floor to ceiling on the second floor is 9 feet. We do have an additional 2 feet and 6 inches for the mechanical circulation and the structure. I understand that staff has recommended denial because we do not comply with certain standards of the code. However, I did want to mention that this was not an action of the applicant. This is a lot of record. It is a smaller lot compared to South Flagler lots, which are typically more than 10,000 square feet in lot area. And we are we do have to follow those regulations because of the zoning, but however, that, as mentioned earlier, it was platted back in 1924. For the second variance, again, it leads back to the setbacks and the structural requirements that are needed for the building code to allow mechanical equipment, which is just the 2 feet and 6 inches. For the D, the literal interpretation, again, the applicant's current regulations would significantly restrict the buildable width of the home, resulting in a narrow and impractical design and cannot be reasonable accommodate to function as single-family residence, which would impose unnecessary undue hardship on the applicant. In contrast, the other properties in this SF14 C5 zoning district generally have lot areas that are bigger than 10,000 square feet. Therefore, they do not face the same dimensional constraints that this property does. And variance number 2, would significantly restrict the structural needs the family house needs to function properly. As in Florida, you do need air conditioning. Standard E, which would be that the minimum variance granted will make the most reasonable use of the building, land, and structure, and this is the most minimum variance that we would need to make the single-family home function as well. This applies for both variances. And the property cannot be put into reasonable use, which fully complies with the requirement of this chapter. Due to the site standards, lot width, and lot area, the property cannot be reasonable developed with a function single-family home while fully complying with the requirements of this chapter. So the required setbacks and the side wall limitations were insignificantly for larger lots in the SF14C5 zoning district, which are not for a legally platted lot of record of this size. And then again, variance number 2 for that wall height, we do have to follow FEMA regulations that we are on Flagler Drive, which is a flood zone, and that requires building code requirements as well for load-bearing walls and structural needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have staff presentation now.
All right, I'll try to be brief. I know this is the last case. Anthony Mendez again, for the record, speaking as the case manager for HPB 25107. Request is for new construction, addition of 2 variances at 3608 Washington Road. As previously stated by our applicant, this is a recently acknowledged separate developable lot by our city. It does still share the same address as 3608 Washington Road, but will be, once this project becomes underway, subject to approval, we'll have the address of 3607 South Flagler. This is in the Prospect Southland Park Historic District, right on that southeastern edge. We have an aerial view just showing the context where this parcel is right now, the 2 non-contributing properties that are adjacently situated to the west and to the north, and we have the corner of Monroe and Washington Drive. We have that all 4 properties on that corner are contributing to this historic district. This is a 3-fold request. First one is for the new construction. RG Architects is the applicant for the record. For the new certificate of appropriateness, new construction, this will be a 3,481 square foot single family residence that will have a 500 square foot detached accessory structure. So we have the rendering of the primary structure and then the accessory structure. And then the other 2 parts are for the variances. So this is Valentina's request on behalf of Urban Design Studio. The variance is for, again, the cumulative side setback of 5 feet, and then for the wall height at side setback from the 20 feet that's required per the zoning context to 22 feet 6 inches. So that's a variance request of 2 feet and 6 inches. Ideally, since this is new construction, it is automatically non-contributing, but you should ideally have these 3 design aspects of compatibility, being subordinate, and being differentiated. The historic qualities of what make the Prospect Southland Park Historic District historic should remain intact in light of the request for new construction. Having said that, per section 9438, we have 9 criteria. No, it's 9449. These are the 9 criteria for additional criteria for new construction and alterations. They give specific guidance on these 3 design aspects. And then just generally speaking with variances, that is something that has been, for historic cases, previously been heard by our Zoning Board of Appeals. It's only more recently that the HPB hears variances, just because of the fact that it's so interconnected with the COA request. And there are 2 essential questions that staff asks when it comes to variances. Why can't this request comply with our city's zoning and land development standards? And second, what is the applicant's undue hardship? Variances ideally should be granted out of means of absolute necessity, not out of means of convenience. We know that there's inherently some subjectivity between the 2, but there is a difference between absolute necessity and convenience. Section 9438 lists the 10 criteria for granting variances, A through J. The elevation drawings provided by our applicant for REG. the elevation drawings for the accessory structure. Unfortunately, just based off of the criteria at hand, we find, our understanding of the applicant's attestation that this is a peculiar lot, we understand the limitations and circumstances behind this request. Having said that, we find this to be a limitation, not necessarily a hardship. Unfortunately, it does not comply with B, D, E, and H. Unfortunately, we find that the massing of this residence isn't restricted to that proposed site, as this is a clear lot. We also find that, just one thing of note, yes, this is a property that's on the waterfront. It does have to comply with FEMA regulations, but for the purposes of our zoning and land development regulations, the height is measured at the required finished floor and not grade. So they could still meet with that requirement and not need a variance. Find that the literal interpretation would present an undue hardship. We don't necessarily believe that. We find that these are just merely limitations and constraints as a result of this lot and not necessarily a hardship. They could meet the first variance by still utilizing that existing apron that's on the site, and they could redesign the driveway to prevent that 2-story, 5-foot intrusion, and they could also lower the wall height and add the additional HVAC space and comply with our zoning and land development regulations. This is also, note, this is not necessarily the minimum variance. What the applicant has done is essentially utilize zoning context outside of SF 14C5, and they just said, okay, this is the 5 feet that we'd like to have for our variance. Secondly, the applicant has not provided that justification that this is the minimum intrusion for wall height at side setback for that second variance. And just, again, the carport is technically in compliance in this iteration. It's just the 2-story, 5-foot intrusion that's spilling over into the south setback, and just the minimum carport, just from our studies, it just, for one car at least, it's 10 feet, and here we have it as 13 feet 6 inches. So reasonable use. Unfortunately, we find that there's still a way for residents to be constructed on this lot. And just unfortunately, because of the variances, we are recommending a continuance of the certificate of appropriateness. We do have some issues, 4 issues with the certificate of appropriateness we could dive into. I think this is just worth a separate discussion with the applicant just to figure out our calculations. We would like to actually see an itemized breakdown of the zoning, and just to see for FAR what spaces count as 50%, what spaces count as 100%, what spaces count as 0% to get to that calculation. We have a calculation of 51%. I know the applicant has a calculation of 49%. I think this is more of a long-term thing for applicants to, if they were to provide that itemized breakdown on their floor plans. That's one thing they do. Again, appear to be, to qualify for that special exception bonus to go from 45 to 49. Site FEMA requirements, this is just based off of the survey. They have the 3.5 feet and the 5.5 feet, and we have that the spot elevation is of 10 feet is required. The applicant just needs to, account for this difference in the future. We have the central tower component. I know this is a rooftop feature that's, while interesting, on South Flagler Drive. Just looking from the aerial on the opposite side, taking into context that 112 Monroe Drive is a contributing structure, just from this aerial perspective, it just doesn't seem appropriate for this, aerial. And we understand the fact that there's a tall condominium complex that's immediately adjacent to the south of this parcel. Having said that, it's not in consideration for surrounding properties when we evaluate new construction within our additional criteria for new construction and alterations. Fenestration, credit to Jordan Hodges for his example from Lake Worth. Yes, we would like a more 3/1 or 4/1 divided light pattern. We could work with the applicant on that. Just the current iteration as it came in through the application was 2/1. Unfortunately, just as the part of the bigger project, unfortunately, the denial of our variance would require the applicant to redesign their project. So unfortunately, that's the biggest sort of hurdle into, why we can't recommend approval tonight. We did have courtesy notices go out on January 13th, and we did a sign posting at this specific site on January 16th. Applicable codes, again, are criteria for granting variances and additional criteria for new construction and alterations. With that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah.
Questions from the board?
I thank you. Very thorough, both sides. So I spotted a survey somewhere, and I think obviously spot elevations of the grade are fluctuate. I think the site is at 3. So I think if this matter is continued, that the streetscape, I mean, that ground floor has to be at 10, and the site is currently at 3. I think that it's not sufficiently shown as that, definitely not in the streetscape and the impact on the neighboring one-story house, and how that almost plinth happens, and how you get from the existing grade of 3.5, there you go, and 3 and 2. So that's something that I think that seriously needs to be resolved, and I'm surprised it hasn't. As the person that was primarily responsible for the 3-hour discussion on a garage, I clearly am not averse to granting variances, and know that the power was moved to a Board of Adjustment to this commission. But and this is for me, a very different application than the previous one, and I'm not sure the applicant has shown that it is the minimum variance necessary, and it's new construction. So I personally am going to look at it a little more critically. But I think the design is very beautiful. And there's something with maybe the truncated, platted site, and it's just reading is very vertical, and I think that that's making me think negatively towards one of the variance requests. But the actual siting condition really actually concerns me quite a bit, and how that's not adequately shown.
Shows the 7-story building.
Yeah. Is this on your presentation?
Yes, or yours. I think you have it too. So that's a good one right there, yeah.
Yeah.
So verticality is part of the intent, because we have a very large building next door. And I know it's outside the historic district, but again, we don't live in a vacuum, we live in context, right? We've always been trained in school and in practice to take care of the context. A lot closer context when you're dealing with a historic district. Fortunate for us, the house next to us is non-contributing, only the one diagonal to the rear. So we have a very large structure at that location. In terms of rising from 3.5, 4 feet to 9 before you get into the house, we can handle that with steps on the walkway and retaining walls in the landscaping. I think it would be kind of nice, it's a nice subtle way of doing that, versus a one drop. That's just a circumstance. The other house of the other 3 that I did, one of them is just to the north on the next block, and we had to deal with that right on the curve where there's significant flooding all of the time. And that's how we did that house. That turned out really nice. That was a reconstruction after a fire, a historic home that we rebuilt when Frederic Mittner was in charge. So that's one way of dealing with that height, and that's why it has that expression of height in the design.
I didn't ask a question to you, and I certainly appreciate your response, but like this street elevation is not realistically drawn, because it doesn't show the subject property at 6.5 feet higher than it is, and that impact on the non-contributing, albeit much lower, at grade structure. I need that information to contemplate the design and certainly to contemplate the variance.
Yeah, the variance.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions?
This is not a question, this is just a comment. And I'm looking at it with the lens of an investor, and this is my investment. And I'm seeing that my portico share driveway is 12 feet, and my house is 24 feet. I've used a third of my entire house on something that doesn't add a ton of value in my eyes. I would use that towards adding more square footage to the house itself. That's where I would spend my time. You're coming here with a clean slate. So it's hard to say, sure, let me give you a bigger canvas to paint on and not follow the rules where everyone else is starting with a clean slate. I think it's just a misuse of your allocation of funds. You can do a great design. A third of your home to come here for a variance. This is just how I'm looking at it.
Yes, and if I may say, Mr. Waters, there's also 2 bedrooms. The children's rooms are above, so it's not just the carport, you know. And yes, the carport's a little bit large, but if you go from a 12-foot carport to a 10-foot carport, then the rooms are only going to be like 9 feet wide, you know. So it's a balancing act, you know, dealing with that.
Get rid of it.
Get rid of what?
Get rid of it.
All right,
But you can add to the back.
Yeah,
We need to go into executive session. This
Yeah.
is not a debate back and forth.
Yeah,
You-
let's
the
keep
staff is-
asking questions to staff or to applicant, please. Yeah. Caleb, you have any questions? No? All right, so no more questions. I have here a card that Mr. Colombo would like to speak. So please say your name and, yeah.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Colombo, 3611 South Flagler. I'd like to provide some context to the situation regarding this lot. First and foremost, it should be understood that the property in question, 3608 Washington, as it's currently referred to, spans from Washington Drive to Flagler, was also previously owned by the person that I represent, who owns 3611 South Flagler. That property, 3608 Washington, is vacant, has been vacant for several years and is in a state of disrepair. When it was purchased, the intent was to have it contribute to 3611 South Flagler and provide amenities to that structure. Given the zoning issues that I'm sure you all are aware of with doing something like that, we were advised not to do that, and we subsequently sold the property to Mr. Marr. So I think it's important to understand that that property is in a state of significant disrepair, and since Mr. Marr's purchase of that property, he has taken significant steps and made a material investment in the neighborhood. I intimately understand the challenges associated with the narrow nature of that lot, but I think it's also important to take into consideration what is existing. What is existing there is a pool that sits on South Flagler Drive. That existing property was built in 1950, where maybe South Flagler Drive, I don't know, I wasn't here in 1950, but maybe it wasn't what it is today. And I can say pretty confidently that I don't believe that anyone wants to have their swimming pool on South Flagler Drive at this day and age. So I think building a property, building a home on South Flagler is probably the best thing for the neighborhood. And I think that Mr. Marr's design that he's worked on with the architectural firm here is a very nice design. Obviously, you guys may have some recommendations that should be taken into consideration. I respect that as well. But I think it's important to note that, this is not a situation that Mr. Marr created. He inherited this lot, and I think it was a bold investment on his part in the community. And I think that should be looked upon favorably. So I'm in full support of, Mr. Marr trying to develop this property and create a home for his family. I think this is a great piece of property, and we could build a beautiful home there if you guys would allow it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the public that wish to speak in this case?
Okay, members of the public, folks, not the applicant.
Yeah, you are the applicant, so. Yeah. So seeing none, we move into executive session.
Hi.
What do you?
Andrew West, 3601, next door neighbor to Mr. Marr. I just met him today. We spoke, I think, 2 weeks ago or a week ago for the first time. I'm actually working on potentially a development project next door, working with Smith Kellogg. That's why Ms. Kellogg had to recuse herself.
Oh, sir, you're the, okay, you're Kristen's, you're the reason she recused herself, so you probably shouldn't be, well, you're speaking as a member of the public, but okay.
Well, I'm actually just speaking as a neighbor.
I get it. She had a conflict, which is why she had to recuse herself, because this variance could affect your property. And that's significant for this board to know that you're a member of the public, but you're also his neighbor, and the granting of this variance might affect your property. I just want the board to understand that as they listen to this gentleman.
Is everyone okay with me speaking?
I just need to explain that because that's why Kristen.
Go ahead, and then please fill out this form.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm not here to object or support this project. I actually looked at purchasing it. It was then further subdivided. I understood the peculiar nature. I didn't move forward with the investment given the non-conforming nature, the narrow nature of it, and the fact that it would be limiting from a development perspective. So that's why I didn't purchase the land, among other reasons. I do think this is a very nice looking design. You know, from my perspective, there's a lot. This is the first time I'm seeing all this, so I do think Mr. Murphy's suggestion of looking at I actually met with Michael today, and we were talking about the fact when we met for the first time today, I was concerned about the grade. I think the grade's a pretty big factor in that if I'm looking at doing a development next door, because I have an old ranch and the street floods and there are issues from a flooding perspective, but ultimately you're looking at considerable grade change. In fact, you know, I'm having to put a lot of thought into that to actually have the grade off of Monroe where the car and the garage would be at an existing grade, and then the house has to be elevated. So there's very different considerations here, retaining walls and things that I think really I would encourage you guys to really study, look at thoroughly, collaborate also with the neighboring properties to understand those grade changes. There's pretty significant. The 3611 building is at a significantly higher grade, but the driveway is not at quite that grade. There's a huge retaining wall. So there's many variables here. So I guess, you know, I do look forward to this project being successful. I don't really have a whole lot to opine other than I look forward to both the staff's recommendations, the board's consideration. Appreciate everyone's hard work here late at night. And obviously it's a beautiful, South Flagler is a special spot. I hope they're successful in finding a compromise on all these fronts. Obviously, you know, variances on side yard setbacks and considerations, you know, for non-conforming lots. You know, I'm sure everyone will look at, you know, the hardships and whether they exist or not, and who created them and why. But I'm just really making sure that we're all sensitive to grade and focused on this. But I would like this project to be successful and hopefully an iteration that works in everyone's best interest. And good luck.
Thank you. So I don't see anybody else in the room. So let's move into
Not tonight.
executive session. Who wants to start?
I'll start. So again, I'm not generally averse to the idea of the variance, but I do, considering the history of the plat and the provision of the code for 50-foot wide lots or less, this is fractionally above that. It's closer to 50 feet than it is for the default of what it's being, the zoning setbacks that it's subjected to. So I have some compassion or I could find justification for some form of variance. I cannot find it right now in terms of the extent of the variance, both on the first and second floor, and the programmatic uses that I saw proposed. I think that the width of the carport could be reduced. I mentioned the grade, the clearance, and I'm not sure if that building height should be requested if the side setback is granted. That's kind of where I'm at.
No, I agree. I agree about the height. I think it can be brought down. I'm amenable to.
Well, it's going up.
Well, no,
It's good.
I
We need to
think-
see it in the correct context.
Well, I mean, I think the wall. I'm sorry, I'm just saying. I think the wall height variance. I think that's. I think it can come down, but I am amenable to the setback variance based on the unusual nature of the lot. I'm just, this and having a quick phone call with Mr. Gonzalez, looking at other similar sized properties. I know, it's not strictly within the zoning district, but like with it, what would be normal for a 55 lot that's around 7,500 square feet, 15 would be normal. So like the maximum building width you could get is 35 feet. I would say maybe err towards, so I guess with his request, he'd be getting a 37.5-foot building with a 52.5-foot lot. I'd say it's like, well, why don't you see what you can get for 35 feet instead of the required, 30, I guess what would it be, 32.5 if you needed the full 20-foot cumulative. So I'd be curious to see if you can squish another 30 inches out of that building, and then maybe that would be the minimum setback between the carport and other things. But yeah, I think there's some other, with that particular variance, I think that there's a lot of other conditions that have been met. I mean, it's, the actions of the applicant, like, what are you not going to develop the lot? They could not do it at all. And then the other thing that hasn't really been uncovered, because I think it is important that this building is a little bit of a buffer between its neighbor. I think that's important to note. But I think we'll know more with the heights of the eventual grade. And it kind of does want to be flipped, but I think that was kind of glazed over as far as where the massing and the heights go, but they glazed over the sun studies about where the pool goes. But I do think that probably would help it a huge amount if the whole thing flipped. Unfortunately, your pool's in shade a little bit more, but that might help the whole concept as you step down into the historical context. I don't know. I think with a few more comments, I think this definitely needs continuance. I don't know about the height variance, but I'd be amenable to maybe a different setback variance.
And I totally agree with both of you, and my other comment is regarding that tower component. I positive know that we had a case where we had a tower component nearby, in a house nearby, and we made them remove it because it was not appropriate. So I would think that it's going to be the same in this case.
All right, are we ready for a motion?
Yeah. Do you?
When you say the tower component, the access to the roof?
Yeah, the access to the roof. There was a case that I think that was like 2 years ago maybe, where that was in a house nearby.
On the water?
Yeah, I believe so. And we made them remove it. I mean, probably not the access to the roof, but the tower that was there, like the pergola, the enclosure, yeah.
I understand. Again, 7-story building next door, I could.
Yeah, I know.
But just a real quick footnote before I make the motion to continue the matter. Everyone zoning always has these setback requirements because they're afraid of of buildings that are historically, contextually closer to their neighbors. And especially in historic districts, you see it prevalent. And I think that if you were to draw a building or take the design and show it complying with setbacks, it would look really goofy. And I know that design doesn't drive variances, but it kind of sort of does for me sometimes. But you know, like, there's just historically, it's just people are so scared of things that are close to them, and I don't know. Anyway, but the extent of the ask, I think, is what needs to be finessed by your team. With that, I'll motion the project to be continued to the February 24th Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Can I have a
Motion to adjourn.
second?
Thank you, staff.
All in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting